What would you do if your eternal fate rested in the hands of a stranger, shrouded in shadows? In the stillness of twilight, as the last vestiges of sunlight bled into the horizon, the river Styx whispered secrets of old. The water, dark and swirling, held the weight of countless souls, each one a flickering memory, a cry for justice, or perhaps a plea for mercy. Each evening, as the veil between worlds thinned, Charon emerged, a spectre clad in tattered robes, his eyes twin voids reflecting the anguish of the departed. The air crackled with tension as the ferryman prepared his skiff, a vessel forged from sorrow and echoes of lives once lived. The muted sounds of the underworld surrounded him, a cacophony of wails and whispers, each voice vying for attention, each soul desperate for passage. Tonight, however, there was something different. A ripple of anticipation coursed through the currents, an unspoken urgency that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. One by one, the souls gathered, their faces a mosaic of fear, regret, and unresolved longing. A soldier clad in rusted armor, his hands stained with the blood of betrayal, shuffled forward. A mother with hollow eyes clutched the remnants of a child's laughter, while a young man, his spirit still crackling with unfulfilled dreams, stared defiantly at the abyss. What stories would they carry? What destinies awaited them on the other side? As Charon adjusted the oars, the water around him shimmered with an ethereal glow, illuminating the path to the shores of the afterlife. But the questions loomed larger than the shadows that danced on the riverbank. What lay beyond the Styx? A paradise lost or a torment unending? Would any of them find solace, or would they be condemned to wander, trapped in the liminal space between hope and despair? A sudden gust of wind swept through the air, carrying with it the scent of decay and forgotten memories. Charon's grip tightened on the oars as he spotted a figure emerging from the mist, a silhouette that sent a jolt of recognition through his ancient bones. This was no ordinary soul. This was a soul whose ties to the living world stirred the very fabric of fate itself. The crowd of the damned hushed, their collective breath held in anticipation. The atmosphere thickened with unspoken dread and longing. What did this soul want? Was it vengeance or perhaps a quest for redemption? The ferryman felt the weight of their gazes, the echoes of their desires pressing down upon him like a heavy shroud. As the figure drew nearer, the river's surface began to churn violently, as if it sensed the impending storm. Charon readied himself, aware that the balance of life and death was about to tip irrevocably. The night pulsed with possibility. The air hummed with the promise of chaos. Fate was not merely a river to cross, it was a tempest, and Charon, the reluctant captain, was at its helm, ready to face whatever truths awaited him on the other side. In the shimmering twilight of ancient Greece, when the air was thick with the scent of olive trees and the whispers of gods, there lay a river unlike any other, a river that separated the living from the dead. This was the Styx, a place of shadows and mystery, where the souls of the departed waited for passage to their final resting place. At the helm of this ghostly voyage stood Charon, the enigmatic ferryman of the underworld. But who was he before he became a figure of dread and despair? Born from the depths of primordial chaos, Charon emerged as a being of shadows, shunned by the light. His origins were steeped in whispers, a tapestry woven from the threads of nightmares and echoes of forgotten tales. Some said he was the son of Erebus, the embodiment of darkness, and Nyx, the night herself. Others murmured that he was born from the very depths of the Styx, crafted from the essence of the river, a creature forged in the silence of the afterlife, destined to carry souls across its churning waters. As a young being, Charon roamed the banks of the Styx, watching the souls drift by. He felt their fears and desires swirl around him, a haunting symphony of lost dreams and sorrowful goodbyes. His heart, if he had one, pulsed with an ache he could not comprehend. It was a longing that would shape his fate, a yearning to understand the lives he ferried, yet forever kept him at a distance. Each soul carried a story, a thread that wove into the fabric of the universe. And yet Charon remained an outsider, a ghost among spirits. The first soul Charon ferried was that of an old man, weary but wise, burdened by the weight of his years. The man had lived a life of kindness, but in his final moments, he was consumed by fear. "Will you take me to the other side?" he pleaded, his voice trembling like a leaf in a tempest. Charon, shrouded in silence, nodded. As the old man stepped into the boat, the darkness of the river enveloped them, and for a fleeting moment their eyes met. In that instant, Charon felt a flicker of something, an emotion he had never known. It was compassion, raw and unyielding, and it terrified him. With each soul that followed, Charon found himself drifting further from the darkness that had defined him. A young woman, shattered by loss, clung to the edges of hope as she stepped aboard. A warrior, proud and defiant, battled the weight of his choices as he sat in silence. These souls were not merely passengers. They were fragments of a world he could never truly grasp. They carried laughter, love, and pain, all intertwining in an intricate dance. Charon felt both a pull and a push, a desire to reach out, to understand, and yet an insurmountable barrier held him back. As seasons turned and the years slipped through the fingers of time, tales of Charon dawned like shadows at dusk. Each story dripped with darkness and mystery, making him both feared and revered. The whispers of the living spoke of coin. The obol needed to pay for passage. It was said that without this coin, souls would wander the shores of the Styx for eternity, lost and forlorn. But Charon had a deeper purpose than mere currency. He sought the stories behind each soul, the essence of life that lingered long after the final breath. A storm brewed one fateful night, dark clouds swirling above, reflecting the turmoil within Charon's heart. A soul appeared, unlike any he had seen before. It was a child, innocent and fragile, with tears of longing glistening on her cheeks. "I don't want to go," she whimpered, trembling in fear. In that moment, Charon felt the full weight of his role. He was not just a ferryman, he was the gatekeeper of sorrow, the witness to heartbreak. He could feel the child's anguish pressing against him like a tidal wave, threatening to consume him whole. As the storm raged, the river roared with fury. Charon's boat rocked like a fragile leaf on a tempestuous sea. The child's cries echoed in the air, piercing through the chaos. In that moment of turmoil, Charon made a decision that shattered the darkness around him. He reached out, his skeletal hands gently cradling her small face, and for the first time he spoke. "I will take you where you need to go, but know this, you are not alone. I will carry your pain with me." The child nodded, her fear momentarily eased by his unexpected compassion. As they crossed the turbulent waters, Charon felt a flicker of warmth ignite within him. This fleeting moment of connection transformed the shadowy ferryman into a keeper of stories, a guardian of lost souls. He realized that his existence was not only about ferrying souls, it was about understanding their journeys, embracing their joys and acknowledging their sorrows. With each crossing that followed, Charon's heart, heavy with the weight of the world, began to feel light. The souls he ferried became his companions, and their stories became threads woven into his own. They whispered secrets of love, betrayal, and redemption, and Charon, once a specter of darkness, began to see the beauty in their struggles. Yet deep down, he knew that his transformation came at a price. Every connection forged was a reminder of his eternal solitude, a ferryman destined to navigate the waters of despair, never able to fully join the living. The shadows of his past clawed at him, a reminder of the darkness that still lingered within. As the moon rose high in the sky, illuminating the waters of the Styx with a ghostly glow, Charon prepared for another crossing, but tonight felt different. The air crackled with tension, the whispers of souls swirling like restless spirits. He sensed a presence, an energy that was both familiar and foreign. The night held a promise, a thread that would weave into the tapestry of his existence, pulling him closer to a destiny he could not yet comprehend. The currents of the Styx swirled beneath him, and as he gazed into the darkness, he felt the pull of something greater, an unseen force that would challenge everything he had come to understand. The river was alive with stories yet untold, and somewhere on the horizon, destiny awaited, ready to unveil the next chapter of Charon's haunting saga. In the shadowy depths of the underworld, where whispers of lost souls linger like faded echoes, Charon stood at the edge of the river Styx, an unyielding figure cloaked in darkness. His boat, a simple yet ominous vessel, floated silently, waiting for the souls to arrive. The air, hung heavy with a sense of dread and anticipation. For those who had just crossed the threshold of life, the sight of him was a sobering reminder of their journey's end, their last chance to grasp at the threads of a life now forever out of reach. With a face that bore the weight of ages, Charon's eyes reflected the countless souls he had ferried across the murky waters. He was not a savior nor a villain, but a steadfast guide, an unfeeling custodian of the boundary between the living and the dead. For the Greeks, the moment of arrival at the banks of the Styx was a pivotal threshold, a passage that would define the soul's fate. It was Charon who would decide who crossed and who lingered in the shadows, forever haunting the shores of their own unfulfilled desires. The souls, freshly separated from their mortal coils, approached him with fear and trepidation. They clutched small coins, tokens of passage that glinted like stars amidst the darkness. It was a tradition, this offering, the payment that ensured they would not be stranded, forced to wander the shores eternally, lost in a limbo of regret. Without the obol, the coin of the dead, many would find themselves forever caught in despair, unable to move on, forever gazing across the waters at the life they had left behind. Charon, with his stoic demeanor, accepted the offerings with a nod, his bony fingers brushing against the coins in a gesture that held centuries of ritual. For him, each soul was a story, a life filled with laughter and sorrow, joy and pain. Yet, he bore no judgment. The lives they had lived were irrelevant to him. His duty was to transport them, nothing more. In that sense, he was both a liberator and a guardian, a figure who ensured that the dead were treated with a grim respect as they embarked on the final chapter of their existence. As the boat glided across the Styx, the water rippled like a shifting memory. The dark, murky currents whispered secrets of those who had come before, mingling with the fears of those now traveling. The journey was not long, but it felt like an eternity for the souls on board, filled with unspoken words and unfinished business. They stared into the water, seeing reflections of the lives left behind, and felt the heavy weight of their choices, the moments that defined who they were, now lost in the abyss. For the ancients, Charon was not merely a ferryman, he was a profound symbol of mortality. He reminded them of the fragility of life, the inevitability of death. In their art and literature, he appeared as a figure of both fear and reverence. The Greeks carved statues depicting him as a gaunt figure, sometimes with a scowl etched into his face, an eternal reminder that death was not to be taken lightly. Yet, beneath this harsh exterior lay a deep understanding of the cycle of existence, life, death, and whatever lay beyond. The stories told by poets often painted Charon in a complex light. He was a figure of mystery, not just a means to an end. In some tales, he would refuse passage to those who had not fulfilled their lives, who had not lived fully or found their purpose. His refusal was a fate worse than death, a haunting reminder that life's unfinished business could echo into eternity. This understanding made him more than a simple guide. He became a mirror reflecting the soul's journey, its struggles and its triumphs. As the boat reached the opposite shore, the souls disembarked, stepping onto the bank of Hades. Each one felt the gravity of their new reality, the weight of their past, now mingling with the unknown before them. Here, in this realm defined by shadows and whispers, Charon's presence lingered like a specter, a reminder that he was always close, always watching. His role did not end with the crossing. He stood as a figure of contemplation, a bridge between the known and the mysterious, the living and the dead. And yet, even in the stillness of his labor, rumors circulated among the living about Charon, the idea that he could be persuaded, that the wise or the cunning might find a way to manipulate their fate. Stories flourished about travelers who had tried to sweet-talk their way onto the boat, believing that their charm or wealth could triumph over the unyielding nature of death. But Charon remained unmoved, his purpose clear and steadfast. The coins, the offerings, the rituals, they were not mere tokens, they were the laws of the underworld, binding and immutable. In this dance of life and death, Charon became a pivotal character, the skeleton key to understanding the ancient Greeks' relationship with mortality. They revered him, feared him, and even empathized with him, a reminder that even the ferryman was bound by the same fate. His presence was a constant reminder that each life eventually meets its end, a a truth as old as time itself. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon and twilight enveloped the world above, the shadows deepened in the underworld. Souls continued to arrive, their whispers filling the air, their fears palpable. Charon stood firm, the silent guardian of the threshold, his boat ever ready, his purpose unyielding. And in that moment, amidst the profound silence, there was a heartbeat, a pulse of life lingering in the stillness, echoing the eternal struggle between existence and oblivion, a reminder that with each passing soul, the stories of life and death intertwined, forever shaping the tapestry of human experience. A cold chill crept through the air as shadows danced along the walls of Hades, the realm where souls found their final resting place. A heavy mist hung low, wrapping around the skeletal trees that lined the banks of the Styx. Here, the atmosphere was thick with whispers, stories of lives lived and lost, echoing through the darkness. To enter the underworld was to step into a world that was both terrifying and strangely beautiful, a place where every soul had a story, and every story held a secret, waiting to be uncovered. At the entrance to this eerie domain, Charon, the ancient ferryman, waited with his weathered skeletal boat. His eyes, like dark pools, seemed to hold the weight of countless souls. He demanded payment, a single coin, the obol, that each deceased needed to cross the waters of the Styx. Those who arrived without it wandered the banks, forever trapped between life and death, their wails merging with the soft lapping of the water. The fate of the unburied was a sobering reminder that every life had its dues, and those who ignored the rites of passage were doomed to an eternity of discontent. As the boat glided silently across the river, the desolation of the underworld unfolded like a haunting tapestry. The first stop was the fields of Asphodel, a place where ordinary souls lingered, neither punished nor rewarded. It was a land of forgetfulness, where shades drifted like shadows, lost in their memories of lives once vibrant. Here, the air was filled with the scent of asphodel flowers, delicate yet mournful. The souls moved aimlessly, seeking purpose, but finding only echoes of what they once were. They whispered to one another, longing for connection, for understanding, but the knowledge of their faded lives kept them apart. Among these souls was a figure wrapped in sorrow, Orpheus, whose heartache transcended even death. His beloved Eurydice had slipped from his grasp too soon, and now he roamed the fields, strumming his lyre, filling the air with melodies that tugged at the heartstrings of even the most indifferent shades. The haunting notes spoke of love, loss, and the unyielding grip of grief. Those who listened could almost see the vibrant colors of the world he had left behind, the laughter and warmth that had ignited his spirit. Yet here, in the fields of Asphodel, that brightness faded to gray. Beyond the fields lay the more sinister realms of the underworld. The air grew heavier, and a palpable dread clung to the very essence of this place, the realm of Tartarus. Here, the most wretched souls faced their eternal punishments. The cries of the damned echoed against the jagged cliffs, ringing out in a symphony of despair. The infamous Sisyphus, forever doomed to roll a boulder up a hill only to have it tumble back down, was a prime figure here. His futile struggle mirrored the frustrations of humanity, a reminder of the futility of defiance against fate. The sight of him, sweat mingling with tears, sent shivers down the spine, a stark representation of hope crushed by relentless despair. Then there was Tantalus, forever tantalized by the fruits just out of reach. The water around him shimmered, beckoning with promise, only to recede when he attempted to quench his thirst. The fruit hung above him, ripe and vibrant, yet, whenever he reached for it, it danced beyond his grasp. His plight was a cruel twist of fate, a reflection of desires unfulfilled and the torment of longing. The souls who bore witness could almost feel the hunger gnawing at their own hearts, a reminder of the desires that often led them astray in life. No less haunting was the figure of the Minos, the judge of the dead, who stood tall with a fierce gaze. It was he who determined each soul's fate, weighing their deeds on a scale that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light. Those who had lived justly were directed to the Elysian fields, a paradise of eternal bliss, while the evildoers faced the consequences of their choices. The tension in the air thickened as souls awaited their judgment, their hearts racing, their futures hanging by a slender thread. The Elysian fields, in contrast, were a breath of fresh air amidst the despair. Here, the sun shone brightly, illuminating a land filled with lush meadows and blooming flowers. Heroes and poets lounged in serenity, recounting their glorious tales, forever basking in the warmth of their triumphs. It was a sanctuary, a place where laughter rang out like sweet music, where every soul had earned a moment of peace. Yet, even in this paradise, the shadow of memory loomed. Those who had lived well could not forget the friends and family left behind, their hearts aching with a longing that even a blissful afterlife could not alleviate. In the midst of this juxtaposition of fate, the stories of Persephone and Demeter intertwined. Persephone, the queen of the underworld, had been taken by Hades, her absence causing the earth to wither in sorrow. As Demeter searched for her daughter, nature itself fell into despair, reflecting the heartache of a mother torn from her child. The cycle of seasons echoed Persephone's tale, a reminder of the bond between life and death, of the love that could bridge even the darkest chasms. Amidst the beauty and horror of the underworld, the souls grappled with their own realities, each one a piece of a vast puzzle that transcended time and existence. Their stories intertwined, forming a complex tapestry of emotions: love, betrayal, redemption, and despair. Each soul was a thread woven into the very fabric of the underworld, where moments of joy shared in life faded into haunting remembrance. As the mist swirled around the shores of the Styx and the whispers grew louder, the underworld stood as a testament to the human experience. Each tale held its own weight, and every soul carried the echoes of their past. The darkness enveloped them, yet within that darkness lay the flickers of light, the love that could transcend even the boundaries of death, the hope that flickered like a candle in the wind, waiting to ignite once more. And as the souls moved between the shadows and the light, the story of the underworld continued, reaching ever deeper into the depths of eternity, a tale without end. With the chill of twilight settling over the land, shadows stretched across cobblestones, and whispers of the past echoed in the air. Charon, the grim ferryman of the underworld, was a figure as ageless as the stories that wrapped around him. His presence stirred emotions, evoking a blend of fear and sorrow, a reminder of the thin veil between life and death. Ancient tales spoke of him as a solemn guide, a harbinger of fate, ferrying souls across the dark waters of the Styx. In the earliest artistic renditions, Charon was portrayed as a gaunt, shadowy figure cloaked in a tattered robe. Artists of ancient Greece captured his haunting visage, emphasizing his emaciated frame and sunken eyes. They painted him not just as a ferry operator, but as a reminder of mortality, a specter that lingered at the edge of life. The texture of the paintings resembled the roughness of his journey across the murky waters, each brushstroke whispering tales of those lost and forgotten. His eyes, often a deep abyss, reflected the sorrows of those who knew his name. As centuries passed, Charon's appearance evolved, mirroring the cultures and beliefs of the people who depicted him. In the Roman era, artists began to imbue him with a touch of dignity, draping him in rich fabrics that symbolized his importance. Still, the melancholy remained. They carved him into stone, his figure eternally poised at the helm of a rickety boat, oars dipped into the depths of the unknown. Each sculpture carried a weight, the cold marble echoing the chill of the underworld waters he traversed. Observers found themselves transfixed, their hearts racing, as they imagined the moment of crossing, the choice between life and the embrace of darkness. During the Renaissance, Charon's image took on new life. Artists filled their canvases with dramatic scenes of mythological allegories, showcasing his role in a vibrant world tinged with the fear of death. In these paintings, Charon was often surrounded by souls, figures caught between despair and acceptance. His stern expression conveyed a sense of duty, yet there was an undeniable sadness in his stoic gaze. Viewers could almost hear the cries of those he ferried, a cacophony of emotions that evoked both sympathy and dread. Art became a mirror reflecting the human condition, and there he stood, an eternal shadow, both feared and revered. The Baroque period brought a tempest of emotional intensity to Charon's representation. Paintings swirled with movement, the air crackling with tension as he navigated turbulent waters. His figure became a storm unto itself, a masterful brushstroke of agony and resolve. Artists like Peter Paul Rubens formed a vision of Charon that was both captivating and terrifying. The way the light danced over his face revealed a multitude of emotions: anger, sorrow, and an unwavering commitment to his task. The chaos of the souls around him created a visceral experience, causing viewers to feel as if they were being swept along, caught in the current of fate. It was during this time that the tales of Charon blended with the fears of the living. Artists began to showcase the concept of payment, the obol placed on the lips of the deceased, a coin meant to ensure passage across the waters. This small detail became a symbol of the human struggle, how, even in death, one must confront the price of existence. The visual weight of these representations drew the onlooker closer, hearts racing, minds racing, pondering their own mortality. Each portrayal ignited a flicker of anxiety, a reminder that every life must eventually face the ferryman. As the centuries rolled on, the romantic movement breathed fresh air into Charon's character. He transformed into a tragic figure, steeped in the lush emotions of longing and despair. No longer merely a guide, he became a reflection of human grief. Artists painted him standing alone on the shores of eternity, gazing into the distance as if searching for something lost. The stormy skies above echoed his internal struggle, and the crashing waves mirrored the tumult of souls yearning for peace. In these moments, viewers didn't just see a ferryman, they felt the weight of their own losses, the raw ache that comes from saying goodbye. In the 19th century, Charon began to take on new forms, influenced by the burgeoning fascination with the macabre. Illustrations and lithographs captured him with an unsettling beauty, his skeletal features softened by shadow yet unnervingly present. The haunting images drew people in, inviting them to confront their own fears of death and what lay beyond. With each stroke of the pen, he beckoned the curious and the fearful alike, leading them to the edge of understanding, where emotions stirred and hearts quickened. Modern interpretations of Charon often reflect the chaos of contemporary society. Artists depict him in a myriad of ways, sometimes as a grim spectre, other times as a weary traveler. The transformation of his appearance speaks to the ever-evolving nature of humanity's relationship with death. He is no longer just a figure of fear, but one who embodies the complexities of human emotion. In the digital age, Charon's image has found its way into graphic novels and animated films, where he continues to captivate audiences, igniting a blend of fascination and dread. Through all these artistic representations, Charon remains a potent symbol of the unknown. Each depiction invites a myriad of questions, echoing through time, a call to confront the abyss that lies ahead. As viewers gaze upon his haunting visage, they are struck by the realization that life is fleeting, a precious gift, and in that moment, the connection to the ferryman deepens, creating an unbreakable thread between the past and the present, binding humanity in a shared experience of loss, love, and the eternal quest for understanding in the face of the inevitable. On the edge of twilight, as shadows lengthened and the air turned heavy with the scent of damp earth, the river Styx lay still, a dark ribbon of water slicing through the land of the dead. Its surface shimmered like glass, reflecting the pale glow of the eerie moon above, casting an otherworldly light on the barren banks. This was no ordinary river. It was the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the departed, a place steeped in myth and mystery. The chilling whisper of the winds carried tales of the dead, stories that lingered like ghosts waiting to be told. At the center of it all, Charon, the ferryman, stood upon his boat. His visage was a haunting blend of sorrow and stoicism, cloaked in shadows that whispered secrets of countless souls he had transported. With skin as pale as the moonlight and eyes that held the weight of eternity, he appeared both ageless and tired, a sentinel of the river, a keeper of the crossing. His boat, weathered and ancient, swayed gently, the wooden planks creaking with the memories of the souls who had once embarked on their final voyage. The toll for passage was simple, a coin, a single obol, placed on the lips of the deceased. This grim formality ensured that no soul would wander aimlessly, lost between worlds. Charon's duty was not just to ferry the dead, it was to guide them through the dark waters where phantoms danced just beyond sight, where each ripple echoed with the voices of the past. As the night deepened, the first soul arrived at the riverbank, a fragile figure cloaked in despair and confusion. It was a young woman, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed across the dark waters. The weight of her life hung heavy on her shoulders, memories flooding back like waves crashing against the shore. In an instant, she was filled with doubt. Would Charon accept her? Would her obol grant her passage? The air crackled with tension, a palpable reminder of the finality of her situation. Charon appeared before her, his presence commanding yet strangely comforting. He extended a bony hand, gesturing toward the boat. The young woman swallowed hard, her heart racing. She had imagined this moment countless times, fearing it, yet now she saw the truth. Charon's eyes softened as he understood her turmoil. He had seen countless souls like her, each carrying their own burdens, their own regrets. With a nod, she stepped onto the boat, feeling the chill of the wood beneath her feet, as if the vessel itself was alive, breathing in the sorrow of those it carried. The boat drifted silently across the water, the only sound being the soft lapping of waves against the hull. Shadows flickered, and the memories of the woman swirled around her like a thick fog. Laughter from long-lost friends, the warmth of a mother's embrace, the ache of unfulfilled dreams, they all converged in this liminal space. Charon, with his steady gaze, allowed her to confront these specters. He was not only a ferryman, but a guide through the labyrinth of her own heart. Each stroke of the oar sent ripples through the water, echoing her past and nudging her toward acceptance. As they glided further, the river began to darken, the air thickening with an unspoken fear. The souls of the damned lingered at the edges, their twisted forms reaching out, desperate for release. Charon's boat was a sanctuary amidst the chaos, a fleeting solace in a realm where despair reigned. The woman shivered, gripped by a sudden sense of dread. She remembered the stories, the souls who had tried to escape, who had fought against their fate. Would she too be taken by the darkness? But Charon remained unyielding, his expression unchanged as he faced the specters. A low, rumbling sound echoed across the water, as if the river itself was warning her to stay on course, to trust in the journey. He whispered words that wrapped around her heart like a protective shield, reminding her that she was not alone. In that moment, the young woman felt a flicker of hope, a glimmer of light amidst the shadows. The boat continued its journey, carving through the mist that hung above the Styx. Each stroke of Charon's oar resonated with the weight of history, of countless souls making their way to the shores of Hades. This river had seen the rise and fall of empires, had cradled the untold stories of the lost and forgotten. The woman closed her eyes, letting the cool breeze caress her face, feeling the connection to everything that had come before her. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the shadows, a soul not willing to succumb to the inevitability of death. It lunged towards the boat, its voice a desperate wail. "I refuse to cross. I will not go." The turmoil rippled through the air, shattering the quiet peace. Charon's grip tightened on the oar, his face a mask of solemnity. He had encountered such resistance before, the souls who believed they could change their fate, who clung to the remnants of life with an iron grip. The woman felt a chill run down her spine, witnessing the struggle of this tortured spirit, and her heart ached. She understood now that fear was a universal thread that bound them all, and in that moment she saw herself reflected in the lost soul's anguish. Would she too fight against the inevitable, or would she find the courage to embrace the journey ahead? As Charon maneuvered the boat, the river seemed to pulse with life, the waters alive with echoes of the past. The young woman's resolve began to solidify. The darkness that surrounded them was not merely to be feared, but understood. The stories of loss and love, of redemption and despair, all flowed through the Styx, weaving a tapestry that connected each soul to the next. With each passing moment, the woman found herself more at peace, her burdens easing as she let go of her fear. She turned to Charon, seeking reassurance from the haunting figure who had become her guide. He met her gaze, and in that silent exchange, she felt an unspoken promise, the promise that beyond the darkness lay a new beginning, a chance for redemption. The boat glided toward the horizon, and as the first hints of dawn broke over the waters, The boundaries of life and death began to blur, leaving only the truth of the journey ahead. The wind howled ominously, rustling through the trees like a whisper of ghosts long forgotten. Somewhere beneath the swirling shadows of ancient oaks lay the banks of the river Styx, its dark waters glimmering under a haunting moon. It was here that the living would brush against the dead, and the fate of souls hung delicately in balance. They would soon face Charon, the ferryman, his boat resting silently on the murky surface, waiting for its next passenger. To cross these waters, each soul required an obol coin, a small but significant piece of currency that clinked softly in the palm, the very key to the other side. It was said that without this coin, a soul would wander the shores of the Styx for eternity, lost in a liminal space, neither here nor there. The weight of the obol was more than mere metal. It was a lifeline to the afterlife, a promise of passage, and the only way to escape the haunting embrace of the river's edge. In ancient Greece, the obol was not just currency, but a vessel of belief, a symbol of respect for the dead. It was customary for families to place an obol in the mouth of their loved ones before burial, a final gift to ensure safe passage. The act carried a profound emotional weight, mingling sorrow with a flicker of hope that their departed kin would find peace. The coin became a bridge between the worlds, an essential part of the grieving process, where love transcended even the most formidable barrier, death itself. One can almost hear the soft echoes of mourning families, standing at the edge of graves, their hearts heavy with grief. They would clutch the small, gleaming coin, their fingers trembling as they pressed it gently against their loved one's lips. It was a ritual steeped in tradition, binding the living to the dead, weaving a thread of connection through the ages. The air around them was thick with unspoken words, unbroken promises, and the longing to keep their loved ones close, even when faced with the ultimate separation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting eerie shadows, a soul stepped onto the banks of the Styx, the chill of dread coiling around him. He could see Charon in the distance, a figure cloaked in darkness, his eyes two hollow pits. The ferryman's expression was unreadable, a mask of ancient wisdom and unyielding resolve. His bony hand extended, palm upward, demanding the obol, the price that must be paid for a journey across the eerie, swirling waters. The soul, trembling, fumbled in the folds of his tunic. The obol felt heavier than it ever had, as if the weight of his life hung precariously on that small metal disc. Memories flooded him, laughter echoing through sunlit days, the warmth of a child's embrace, the bittersweet taste of love lost. Each moment was a fleeting spark, now at risk of extinguishing forever. He recalled the faces of those he cherished, the people who had slipped through his fingers like sand, leaving only whispers of love and regret. Around him, shadows shifted and swayed, the spirits of those who had crossed before him. They lingered, waiting, their eyes reflecting a longing for the world they could no longer touch. Each soul bore their own obol, but the weight of their stories felt collective, a chorus of sadness that resonated in the air. How many of them, he wondered, had not received that final farewell? How many had missed the warmth of a hand, clasping theirs as they took that last breath? The thought tightened like a vice around his heart as he stood before Charon, the ferryman's gaze piercing through his fears. With a deep breath, he finally produced the obol, the small coin glinting in the moonlight. A simple object with such profound implications, the obol was a reminder that life, no matter how fleeting, demanded remembrance. Charon's skeletal hand took the coin, and for a moment their eyes locked, two lives intersecting for an instant in the endless stream of time. The ferryman's eyes flickered with something akin to understanding, a fleeting recognition of the burden that each soul carried. As the boat glided silently over the still waters, the chilling wind whispered through the air, an echo of the past, present, and future intertwined. The soul felt the pull of the river beneath him, a strange mix of fear and anticipation. He glanced back one last time at the shore, at the fading silhouette of his life, memories of laughter, love, and loss all woven into the fabric of his very being. The shore receded, swallowed by the mists of time, and he was drawn into the depths, crossing the threshold that separated the living from the dead. But just as he began to comprehend the enormity of what lay ahead, A sudden rush of uncertainty surged through him. What awaited on the other side? Would he find peace, or would he be met with the anguish of unfulfilled dreams? The waters of the Styx, dark and swirling, seemed to whisper secrets of those who had passed before. It was not just a ferry ride, it was a rite of passage into an unknown that loomed like a shadow, vast and terrifying. The connection of the obol, the payment for his passage, felt heavier still. He was not just a single soul, but a part of a tapestry woven from the threads of countless lives, each with its own story, its own losses and loves. Each coin carried the weight of those who had come before, a reminder that life and death were bound together in a dance as old as time itself. As the boat continued to drift across the darkened surface, the ferryman steered with purpose, guiding the souls through the murky waters toward a destiny that was as uncertain as it was inevitable. The echoes of the past surrounded them, a chorus of remembrance that would never fade, and the soul began to understand that the journey did not end here. It was only just beginning. The obol was a key, yes, but it was also a reminder of the lives left behind, and the stories that would never be told, all swirling together in the embrace of the Styx. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale glow over the water's edge. The surface of the Styx glimmered like polished glass, concealing the weight of countless souls beneath. Each ripple carried whispers, echoes of lives lived and lost. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very atmosphere held its breath, waiting for the arrival of the departed. Across the banks, a lone figure stood cloaked in shadows, his face hidden beneath a hood. Charon, the ferryman of the dead, was no ordinary man. His skin, weathered and ashen, bore the marks of centuries spent guiding souls to their final destination. His eyes, deep-set and glinting like the river itself, held a sadness that spoke of unending farewells. Every night, he awaited the souls of the departed, each carrying their stories, their regrets, and their unfulfilled dreams. Those who approached the shores of the Styx were not just lost. They were echoes of humanity, their past lives painted vividly in Charon's memory. There was Alethea, a woman burdened with the weight of her choices, her heart heavy with guilt. She had lived for others, sacrificing her happiness for the sake of family. Yet here she was, standing at the edge of eternity, her spirit flickering like a candle in a storm. As she stepped onto the banks, the howl of the wind seemed to mock her. "You must pay the toll," Charon intoned, his voice as cold as the waters that shimmered behind him. Alethea reached for the coins in her pocket, the last remnants of her past life, now useless in the face of death. She dropped them into Charon's outstretched hand, each clink resonating with the finality of her decision. With a nod, she stepped aboard the boat, the vessel creaking under the weight of her sorrow. Another soul lingered just behind her, a young man named Lysander, who had thrown away his life for fleeting pleasures. His laughter had once filled the halls of his family estate, but now it lay silent, buried beneath the stones of regret. He had chased after dreams that slipped through his fingers like sand, and as he approached Charon, he felt the sting of his lost youth. The ferryman regarded him with weary eyes, understanding the weight of indulgence. "Your laughter was your mask," he said softly, "but now you must face the truth of who you are." As Lysander boarded the boat, glimmers of his past flickered before him, parties and promises, lovers lost in the night's embrace. Each memory was a strand of the tapestry he had woven, now unraveling in the twilight of his existence. The boat rocked gently, and for a moment, time stood still, allowing the souls to reflect on their choices, their hopes, and the life that had led them to this very point. The Styx was unforgiving, its waters dark and impenetrable, harboring the secrets of the departed. Charon rowed with practiced ease, his hands guiding the oars, as if he were a master artist painting strokes of despair across the water. Each soul was a brushstroke, unique and vital, and as they journeyed deeper into the abyss, the tension thickened. Like fog rolling in beneath the cover of night, they felt the weight of silence, a reminder that their voices would never again resonate in the world they had left behind. Alethea and Lysander exchanged glances, a moment of connection that transcended their individual stories. They were bound by their shared experience, woven together by the fragile threads of fate. As the boat glided across the Styx, a chilling wind swept through, carrying with it the cries of long-lost souls, Their wails echoed through the air, a haunting reminder of the choices made and the paths forsaken. The river's current quickened, urging them toward an unseen destination, an otherworldly shore that held both promise and dread. Shadows flickered along the banks, remnants of those who had crossed before, waiting silently for the next soul to join their ranks. Charon's expression remained stoic, but his heart bore the burden of their stories, each as heavy as the night itself. As they approached, a flickering light appeared in the distance, illuminating the silhouette of the Underworld's gates. The souls could feel the pull of judgment, the reckoning that awaited them. Alethea's heart raced, memories flooding her mind, swirling like leaves caught in a tempest. She thought of her family, the love she had sacrificed, the laughter of children now drowned in silence. Would they forgive her? Would she find peace on the other side? Lysander's thoughts mirrored her own, a torrent of emotions crashing against the fragile walls he had built around himself. The thrill of escapades faded, replaced by a profound longing for redemption. He had spent his life seeking validation in the wrong places, and now he faced the reality of his existence. The light ahead shimmered with promise, yet it was laced with the weight of judgment. What if there was no solace for him? In that moment, Charon paused, his gaze cutting through the tension. "Your past does not define you," he murmured, as if sensing their turmoil. "It is the choices you make now that will determine your fate." His words hung in the air, heavy with meaning, echoing in the hearts of the departed. As the boat drew closer, the sounds of the underworld grew louder, a cacophony of sorrow, longing, and hope. The gates loomed before them, an imposing structure that separated the realm of the living from the shadows of the lost. It was a threshold that marked the end of one journey and the beginning of another. Yet the fear of the unknown gripped their hearts. Alethea and Lysander exchanged one last glance, a silent agreement forged in the fires of shared pain. Whatever awaited them on the other side, they would face it together, bound by the recognition of their humanity. As the boat drifted to a stop, Charon's voice broke through the tension once more. "Step forth and embrace what lies beyond." With trembling hearts, they disembarked, leaving behind the shadows of their past. The air was electric with possibility, a mixture of dread and hope swirling around them. As they stepped into the unknown, the weight of their choices hung heavily, yet a flicker of light beckoned from within, urging them to take that leap into the abyss. And so, they crossed the threshold where the souls of the departed faced the truth of their existence, ready to confront whatever awaited them in the endless night. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient hills of Greece. In this land where gods and mortals intertwined, death was not just an end, it was a passage, a door leading to a world only whispered about in the flickering light of oil lamps. The people believed that what lay beyond was as complex and rich as the life they lived, filled with both fear and hope. In the bustling city of Athens, the streets echoed with the footsteps of the living, but the quiet corners held the weight of those who had departed. Families often gathered to honor their loved ones, placing offerings at altars adorned with fresh flowers and small tokens, an acknowledgement of the thin veil between life and death. These simple acts were steeped in emotion, a mother grieving for her child, a husband lamenting his beloved wife, each offering a prayer, a plea, or perhaps a yearning, reaching beyond the realms of reality. The Greeks believed in Hades, a shadowy figure ruling the underworld, a place where souls lingered, waiting for the judgment that would determine their fate. Did they live virtuous lives, earning a place in the eternal fields of Elysium, or would they be cast into the dark depths, tormented by their past? This belief ignited a fire of urgency in the hearts of the people to live honorably, lest they face the despair of a wretched afterlife. The thought alone sent shivers down the spine of even the bravest warrior. Rituals surrounding death were not mere formalities, they were deeply ingrained in the fabric of society. When someone passed, the wail of mourning would rise like an anguished melody, echoing through the valleys. Women, draped in flowing garments of black, would lead the lamentations, their voices a haunting reminder of loss that lingered in the air long after the last note faded. Friends and family gathered, their faces etched with sorrow and reverence, As they prepared for the final journey, the funeral rites, the body, carefully washed and anointed with oils, was adorned with garlands and placed upon a bier, a solemn sight marked by tears and whispered memories. The procession to the burial site was a somber affair, filled with shared grief and quiet reflection. Along the way, the mourners chanted hymns, invoking Charon, the ferryman of the dead, who would guide the souls across the river Styx. The thought of the journey made hearts race, the uncertainty of what lay ahead pressing heavily on their minds. Historically, grave goods were placed alongside the deceased, a signal to the world of what the departed might need in the afterlife. Pottery, weapons, or even coins were included, each item carrying its own story, a fragment of the life once lived. These offerings were not mere items, they were imbued with love and hope, a way to ensure that the deceased would not enter the afterlife empty-handed. The graves were like portals, connecting the living with the dead, a sacred promise that love transcends all boundaries. As the years rolled on, the beliefs around death evolved, but the emotions surrounding it remained unchanged. The mystery of the afterlife continued to haunt the hearts of many. Philosophers, such as Socrates, pondered the essence of the soul, its immortality, and the significance of death. His trial and execution became a pivotal moment in history, an embodiment of the eternal struggle between life and ideals, bringing forth a legacy that would challenge minds for centuries to come. Would the soul ascend or remain trapped in the shadows of Hades? This question echoed in the minds of the citizens, igniting a search for understanding amidst the darkness. Not far from the philosophical debates, the practice of ancestor veneration flourished. It was believed that the spirits of the departed could influence the living, guiding them towards fortune or misfortune. Families would set aside places in their homes, small shrines adorned with images and offerings, creating a bridge that connected the past and present. The flickering flame of a candle danced in rhythm with memories, reflecting the everlasting bond between generations. The living sought to honor their ancestors, to keep their memories alive, ensuring they were never forgotten. In the temples dedicated to the gods, death was not viewed as a finality, but as a pivotal moment in the grand design of existence. Festivals celebrated both life and death, a testimony to the belief that both were intertwined. The Eleusinian mysteries, held in honor of Demeter and Persephone, symbolized the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, a powerful reminder that from death comes new beginnings. Participants would experience a profound transformation, emerging with a deeper understanding of their own mortality and the resolve to live fully while they still drew breath. As the candles burned low at twilight, a deep sense of connection filled the air. The stories of the departed wove through the fabric of everyday life, an unseen thread binding the past with the present. Grief, love, and reverence shaped how the Greeks navigated their existence. The concept of death was less about an end and more about a continuation, a transition into another realm where the soul would wander freely, forever intertwined with the world it left behind. In every whispered prayer, every ritual, and every sob that escaped a grieving heart, the deep truth emerged. Death was not the enemy, but a transition, a doorway that opened to the mysteries of existence. The Greeks embraced it, aware that their lives were but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of time, a beautiful but fragile flame flickering against the darkness. Each soul, a story untold, would one day return to the earth, making way for new stories to emerge, as life and death danced their eternal waltz. In the stifling shadows of the underworld, where the air is thick with despair and the sound of whispered souls echoes like a haunting melody, Charon's small, weathered boat glided silently over the river Styx. The waters shimmered with a ghostly light, reflecting the anguish of the spirits drifting toward their final resting place. Each soul that approached the ferryman bore the weight of their earthly regrets, their eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. Yet Charon, stoic, pale, and cloaked in darkness, remained an unwavering figure, a bridge between life and what lay beyond. His relationship with Hades, the formidable king of this somber land, was a dance of shadows and silence, a bond rooted in duty and necessity, yet tinged with an unspoken understanding. Hades, a god of immense power, ruled with an iron fist, demanding respect and order in his domain. Charon, in turn, served him with a fierce loyalty that masked a deeper conflict, a yearning for something more than mere obedience. "Another day, another soul," Charon murmured, his gravelly voice barely breaking the stillness. The familiar tug of the oar felt almost comforting in his hands, a reminder of the endless cycle of life and death. Yet, beneath his calm exterior, a storm brewed. He had witnessed the rise and fall of countless lives. Each journey across the Styx had etched the faces of the deceased into his memory, their stories woven into the very fabric of his existence. The air shifted as Hades stepped from the shadows, his presence commanding and darkly alluring. Clad in regal black, with a crown of shadows resting upon his brow, he approached Charon with an air of authority. The god's eyes, like twin pits of inky despair, held a glint of something deeper, perhaps a flicker of appreciation for the ferryman who ensured the souls crossed over smoothly, or a hint of envy for Charon's connection to the living, a connection Hades had long abandoned. "Charon," Hades said, his voice echoing like the tolling of a distant bell, "the souls are restless today. They whisper of their lives, their loves, their unfinished business. Do you not tire of their lamentations?" Charon looked up, meeting Hades' gaze. "It is my duty to listen," he replied, his voice steady yet laced with an undercurrent of sorrow. "Each soul deserves at least that much, a chance to be heard, even in their last moments." Hades frowned, a shadow crossing his face. "Duty is all they have left. Their cries are meaningless here. You should not let their pain seep into your bones." But Charon did not let go of their stories so easily. Each soul that stepped into his boat was a flickering flame, a memory of life that he honored, even if Hades found them tiresome. The ferryman's heart ached for those who faced their fate with dread. He often wondered if the king of the underworld ever felt the weight of such empathy, or if he was forever entangled in his own throne of shadows. Unbeknownst to Hades, Charon clung to the stories of the souls he ferried, nurturing them like fragile blossoms in the dark. He remembered the brave warrior who spoke of his first love, the mother who wept for her lost children, and the artist who yearned for one last glimpse of the stars. Each tale was a thread woven into the fabric of Charon's own existence, creating a tapestry of pain and beauty that even Hades could not comprehend. As the sun dipped below the horizon in the realm above, signaling the arrival of twilight, a particularly restless soul approached, a young woman, her spirit flickering like a candle caught in a draught. Charon could see the fear in her eyes, the hesitation in her step. She gazed at the boat, then at him, her lips trembling as she struggled to find her voice. "Will I find peace?" she whispered, her tone barely audible over the soft lapping of the water. Charon's heart twisted at her vulnerability. "You will find closure," he assured her, reaching out a hand to help her into the boat. "Your journey has not ended, it has merely changed course." As the woman stepped aboard, Hades observed from a distance, his expression unreadable. He had seen Charon's compassion before, but had chosen to overlook it, attributing it to the ferryman's nature. Yet, a flicker of irritation crossed his mind. Why did Charon seem to care so deeply for these lost souls? Was it a form of rebellion against the order he had established? Or was it simply a reflection of his own unfulfilled desires? "Do you truly believe they deserve your mercy, Charon?" Hades' voice cut through the silence like a sharp blade. "They've forsaken their lives, and now they seek solace in our realm. Why offer them comfort?" Charon's jaw tightened, his grip on the oar unwavering. "Because, my lord, even in death they are still a part of this world. Their stories matter, they matter." Hades studied him, his expression shifting, as if he were weighing the gravity of Charon's words. "Here, we are not bound by the whims of the living. We enforce a balance, we maintain order. But at what cost?" Charon countered, his voice rising with unexpected passion. "You may enforce order, but you also hold them in chains. They deserve more than just to be numbered among the dead." A tense silence hung in the air, thick with the weight of Charon's plea. The river whispered around them, carrying tales of those who had gone before, echoing the longing that filled the space between the two figures. For a fleeting moment they stood on the precipice of understanding, the dark god and the loyal ferryman, each grappling with their roles in a world that often felt cruel. Yet, just as quickly, Hades took a step back, the moment shattering like glass. Your loyalty blinds you, Charon. Remember your place? With that, he turned, vanishing into the shadows from which he had emerged, leaving Charon alone with the young woman and the weight of his unfulfilled emotions. The tension pulsed around him, a reminder that even the closest of bonds could be fraught with misunderstanding and strife. As the boat drifted silently along the Styx, Charon felt a swell of sorrow for the young woman and the countless souls still waiting for their turn. He would carry their stories, their hopes, and their dreams, even if Hades refused to see the beauty in their pain. The river continued to flow, and the night deepened, holding its breath as the ferryman prepared for the next soul to cross. Little did he know that the shadows of the underworld, filled with secrets and whispers, would soon breathe life into a conflict that could change everything. The river Styx glimmered under a pale moonlight, the water as dark as a raven's wing, whispering secrets of the souls that had crossed its path. Charon, the stoic ferryman, stood at the edge, his small boat swaying gently with the current. His presence, both haunting and eerie, sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to approach. A cloak of shadows hung around him, and in his eyes burned the weight of countless souls, lost yet tethered to their pasts. He was the bridge between life and death, a grim guide who demanded his toll, an obol, the coin placed beneath the tongue of the deceased to pay for passage. Without it, the souls remained trapped, wandering the shores of the Styx for eternity. In the ancient city of Athens, a story whispered through the bustling streets, a tale of a brave warrior named Alcestis. She was known for her fierce spirit and unmatched beauty, loved deeply by her husband Admetus. When death came calling for him, she offered her own life to save his, a selfless act that shook the very foundations of fate. Charon, ever the impartial ferryman, awaited her arrival. As Alcestis stepped onto the shores, her eyes filled with defiance, she refused to be just another soul lost to despair. A glimmer of understanding passed between her and Charon, a silent acknowledgement of her sacrifice. But what would happen when love fought against the inevitable? Would the ferryman allow her to return to the world of the living? The tension crackled in the air like lightning, waiting to strike. Further along the banks, a tale brewed of Orpheus, the legendary musician whose melodies could charm even the hardest of hearts. His beloved Eurydice had slipped through the veil of death, and grief twisted Orpheus's heart into a dark abyss. His songs echoed across the Styx, reaching Charon's ears. The ferryman, unmoved by the beauty of the music, remained steadfast. But Orpheus, in a moment of desperation, ventured to the underworld, determined to retrieve his love. Would his enchanting music sway Charon to grant him passage? The very air shimmered with hope and despair as Orpheus faced the ferryman, their destinies intertwined by the haunting notes of longing and regret. A chill descended as the tale of the ill-fated hero Theseus unfolded. He had ventured into the underworld to rescue his friend Pirithous, who had foolishly attempted to claim Persephone as his bride. Charon stood before Theseus, his eyes like dark pools, reflecting the weight of ambition and folly. The hero demanded passage, fueled by courage but blind to the consequences. What Charon saw was not just a man, but a reflection of hubris, a reminder that even the strongest could falter in the face of death. In a swift motion, Charon reached for his long pole, the air thick with anticipation. Would he allow Theseus to cross? Or would he remind him that some bonds are meant to be severed? As the tales twisted and turned, the legend of the cursed King Minos emerged, a figure draped in shadows and sorrow. Untold was the fate of those who dared to challenge him, for he ruled the underworld with an iron fist. When his own son, the brave Androgeus, fell victim to jealousy and betrayal, Minos sought vengeance. Charon found himself caught in the web of the king's anguish, the ferryman's stoic demeanor tested by the rage of an undying father. The river bubbled with the chaos of emotions, its depths echoing with the cries of the damned. The night air thickened as Minos confronted Charon, demanding answers, seeking justice in a realm where it was scarce. The tension hung like a storm cloud, ready to unleash its fury. Meanwhile, the tale of the goddess Demeter and her search for Persephone unfolded like a flower blooming in the shadows. When her daughter was taken to the underworld, Demeter's grief caused the earth to wither. Charon watched as she moved through the realm, a mother's heart heavy and filled with rage. He felt the weight of her sorrow, the emotions swirling around him like a tempest. Would he allow her to reach her daughter? Or was he bound by the laws of the underworld? The stakes grew higher, the air thick with emotion, echoing the cries of a mother who would stop at nothing to reclaim her child. And then there was Sisyphus, forever trapped in a cycle of futile effort. Charon ferried him across the Styx, only to see the cunning king cheat death time and again. The ferryman's patience wore thin, a silent battle of wills unfolding between them. Sisyphus, with his clever tricks, sought to escape his fate, yet Charon remained the sentinel of the waters, a constant reminder that destinies are not easily changed. The weight of each soul he carried pressed against him, a reminder that the line between life and death was not just a passage, but a realm where emotions collided. In the shadows of the underworld, tales of betrayal and love intertwined like the branches of an ancient tree. The echoes of despair and hope danced like flickering flames in the darkness. Charon, stoic yet deeply aware, bore witness to each soul's story. Every crossing was a reminder of the fragility of life, the choices that led them to that liminal space. Would he ever tire of the weight he carried? Or was he condemned to ferry souls through eternity, each with a story that tugged at the edges of his heart? As the night deepened, new souls began to gather on the banks of the Styx, their eyes filled with questions and fears. The air crackled with anticipation. Charon stood firm, the shadows wrapping around him like a cloak, ready to hear their tales. Each soul brought its own burden, its own sorrow. The river whispered, the moon shone down with a ghostly glow, and the stories continued to unfold, a never-ending cycle of life, death, and the mysteries that lie in between. The tales were far from over. They lingered like a haunting melody, beckoning for resolution, for understanding, for the next soul brave enough to step forward. The shadows of the underworld drape over Charon, the grim ferryman who stands on the banks of the murky Styx. He awaits the souls of the departed, a silent sentinel of the afterlife. His presence is chilling yet captivating, a reminder of the inevitable fate that awaits every mortal. When Odysseus arrives in this shadowy realm, the air thickens with tension, each heartbeat echoing with the weight of loss and longing. Charon's eyes, cold as the waters he navigates, scan the horizon for the lost souls. It is here that the most profound encounters unfold, where the air feels heavy with regret and unfulfilled dreams. The first key passage unfolds. Odysseus, a warrior once celebrated for his cunning and bravery, now faces the specter of death. He must confront not only his own mortality, but the ghostly figures of those he has loved and lost. This meeting sends shivers down the spine, for the stories of these souls whisper through the air, tales of heartbreak, betrayal, and unending sorrow. As Odysseus speaks to the shade of his fallen companion, Achilles, the emotional weight is palpable. Achilles, once the mightiest of heroes, now drifts as a mere shadow, his glory fading into the stillness of the underworld. "Do you seek glory, Odysseus?" he asks, a question that pierces the soul. There's a haunting sadness in his voice, a recognition that even the greatest warriors are bound by the chains of fate. The words resonate deeply, echoing the truth of human existence. That glory is fleeting, yet the memory of those we've lost lingers forever. The tension rises as Odysseus reveals his journey, the trials and tribulations he has faced to return home. Charon, standing stoically by, embodies the silence of the afterlife, an observer of the human experience. His boat is a vessel of transition, a place where every soul must confront the end of their earthly struggles. Every whisper of the wind carries the stories of the dead, and Charon, the grim guide, epitomizes the stark reality of mortality. The hero's longing for home clashes with the relentless pull of Charon's vessel, creating an emotional tempest that threatens to consume Odysseus. As he navigates the waters of the Styx, the landscape shifts, shadows dance and flicker, revealing faces of those lost to time, mothers, comrades, and friends. The raw emotion is palpable, each figure a reminder of what has been sacrificed. The air grows thick with longing. Odysseus's heart aches as he encounters the shades of his past. The tears of despair mix with the currents of the river, a poignant reminder of the fragility of life and love. Charon's boat becomes a crucible of emotions, where the living and the dead collide in a moment of shared understanding. The sight of his mother, Anticlea, stirs an overwhelming wave of grief within Odysseus. Here, in this unfathomable void, they are reunited, yet their embrace is shrouded in sorrow. The pain of separation lingers like a ghost, a reminder of the ties that bind them even in death. "I wish I could have held you one last time," Odysseus whispers, and the air shudders as feelings of love and loss intertwine. Charon watches silently as their reunion deepens the emotional resonance, highlighting the struggle between the living and the dead. This passage resonates with the universal experience of loss, and Charon stands as a testament to the inevitability of death. He's not merely a ferryman, he is the embodiment of the human condition, a reminder that every journey must eventually lead to parting. Yet, in that moment of despair, there lies a glimmer of hope, a flicker of connection that transcends the boundaries between life and death. The tension escalates as Odysseus prepares to leave the underworld, torn between the pain of his past and the hope of his future. Charon, in his silent strength, represents the finality of choice. "You cannot linger here," his presence seems to say, a stark reminder that life continues on, albeit in a different form. The pull of the Styx is undeniable, and with each passing moment, Odysseus wrestles with the desire to stay, to reclaim what was lost. As he steps away from the edge of the river, a wave of realization washes over him. The pain of loss can never truly be erased, but it can lead to transformation. Charon, with his grim visage, becomes a symbol of acceptance, a bridge between the living and the dead. His silent guidance illustrates that every soul must travel its path, that mourning and memory can coexist, weaving a tapestry of existence that stretches beyond the grave. In these key passages, the emotional stakes rise and fall like the currents of the Styx. The juxtaposition of life and death creates a poignant tension, drawing the reader into the depths of Odysseus's soul. The journey through the underworld is not merely a physical passage. It is a profound exploration of what it means to be human. Charon stands as an eternal reminder that every choice comes with a price, and every encounter holds the potential for transformation. As Odysseus departs, the weight of Charon's silent watch lingers in the air. The ferryman's figure fades into the shadows, embodying the essence of the journeys still left to undertake. The emotional resonance echoes through the underworld, weaving a connection between past and present, a continuous flow of life through death and back again. Each step taken by Odysseus reverberates with the lessons of loss, granting him the strength to face the unknown. In this strange dance between the living and the dead, a new chapter beckons, filled with hope, sorrow, and the promise of redemption. A chilling mist hung over the river Styx, a haunting reminder of the boundary between life and death. The boat loomed in the dim light, its dark silhouette cutting through the fog, waiting to ferry souls across the waters of despair. There stood Charon, the grim ferryman, with his sunken eyes and skeletal form, embodying the fear and inevitability of mortality. His presence sent shivers down the spines of those who gazed upon him, for he was the one who dictated the fate of lost souls in the afterlife. In Virgil's Aeneid, Charon is more than a mere ferryman. He is a symbol of Roman beliefs about death and the afterlife. His cold demeanor and unyielding authority reflect a society grappling with its own mortality. The Romans, who once reveled in the glories of life, were forced to face the stark truth of their fate, and Charon stood as the unforgiving gatekeeper of that truth. He demanded payment for passage, a coin placed upon the lips of the deceased, a powerful reminder of the essential journey every soul must take. As Aeneas approached the shores of the underworld, the weight of his mission bore down upon him. He was not just seeking his father, but was also confronting the very essence of loss and what it means to be human. The sight of Charon stirred a whirlwind of emotions, a blend of fear and respect. Aeneas understood the need for this grim guide. Without him, souls would be lost to the eternal darkness, wandering aimlessly, trapped in a limbo of despair. The presence of Charon personified the harsh realities of life that the Romans both feared and accepted. Charon's role in the Aeneid serves as a stark contrast to the vibrancy of Roman life. For a civilization that prided itself on conquest and success, the journey across the Styx was a sobering reminder that no victory could escape the clutch of death. Charon's icy grip symbolized the inevitability of fate, a force that even the strongest warriors could not overcome. The portrayal of Charon resonates deeply with the Roman psyche, instilling a reverence for the dead and a fear of what lay beyond. Virgil's portrayal of Charon also highlights the importance of ritual and the beliefs surrounding death in Roman culture. The placement of the coin was not merely ceremonial, it was a necessity for safe passage. The Romans believed that without proper burial rites or the tribute paid to Charon, the souls of the deceased would be left to wander the shores of the Styx, lost forever in a realm of shadows. This belief instilled in the living a sense of urgency to honor their dead, to ensure that their loved ones would not suffer the fate of eternal wandering. The chilling scene unfolds more dramatically as Aeneas, filled with determination, stands before Charon, who initially refuses him passage. The tension crackled in the air, a palpable fear that echoed the struggles of a society grappling with loss. Aeneas, embodying the virtues of duty and courage, was determined to confront the truth of his lineage. The confrontation with Charon serves as a pivotal moment, not just for Aeneas, but for every Roman who would read these words. It speaks to the universal struggle against the finality of death, a battle none could escape. As Aeneas finally secures his passage, the raw emotions of hope and despair intertwine. A new chapter of his journey unfolds, yet the shadow of Charon lingers, a reminder that every path leads to the same end. This duality of life and death, woven into the fabric of the Aeneid, speaks volumes about Roman perceptions. They revered their ancestors, understanding that to honor the past was to acknowledge their own mortality. Charon's influence was a lens through which they viewed their own existence, a stark reminder that life is fleeting and every moment must be cherished. Amidst the chaos of war and triumph, Romans were forced to confront the specter of death that loomed over their victories. Charon became a powerful figure not only in literature, but in the collective consciousness of a civilization. The image of the sorrowful ferryman served to reinforce the values of piety and respect for the dead. In turn, this shaped their customs, influencing how they honored their loved ones and ultimately framed their understanding of what it meant to live a good life. The fear of Charon was intertwined with the hope of honor and remembrance, creating a complex tapestry of emotions that resonated through generations. As Aeneas's vision blurred with the mist of the Styx and the boat began to move, a wave of emotions washed over him. The ghosts of the past, with their unfinished business and lingering regrets, surrounded him. Charon continued his silent vigil, a figure of stoic indifference to the grief of the living. The air thickened with unspoken words, lost loves, and the echoes of dreams unfulfilled. In this moment, Aeneas was not alone. He carried the weight of countless souls, each seeking solace and understanding in the afterlife. Thus, the influence of Charon in Virgil's Aeneid paints a portrait of Roman life, a constant struggle against the unknown. As Aeneas ventured deeper into the shadows, the story transitioned seamlessly into the depths of despair and hope, leaving the reader breathless, yearning to unravel the next layer of this poignant tale. The haunting image of Charon would linger long after the last word was read, a powerful reminder of the fragility of life and the inevitable passage each soul must take. The journey continued ever forward through the echoes of history, as generations grappled with the timeless dance between life and death. In the dim light of the underworld, where shadows danced like lost souls in despair, a figure emerged from the gloom, his presence both chilling and compelling. Cloaked in darkness, Charon, the ferryman of the dead, stood at the edge of the Styx, the river that separated the world of the living from the realm of the departed. His hollow eyes, twin voids of sorrow, scanned the shores, searching for those who dared to make the crossing. The air buzzed with an unsettling silence, punctuated only by the soft lapping of water against the boat's hull and the distant whispers of the unseen. In the early days of Roman mythology, Charon was not merely a grim figure associated with death, he was a servant to the gods, an essential part of the cycle of life and fate. Those who cast their gaze upon him could sense the weight of their own mortality. He held the keys to the afterlife. Yet, his role was not always so solitary or somber. Once he was believed to be a gentle guide, leading souls with kindness Rather than the chilling dread that now enveloped his existence, the stories of Charon evolved over the years, reflecting the changing beliefs and fears of the people. Initially, he was seen as a compassionate figure, a loyal servant tasked with helping the deceased navigate the treacherous waters of the Styx. The rich would offer gold coins, known as obols, to ensure safe passage. For them, the afterlife was an uncertain journey, and Charon was their protector, a bridge between two worlds. The coin, placed upon the eyes or in the mouth of the deceased, acted as a ticket to the beyond, a promise that they would not be left wandering in darkness. But as time passed and the Roman Empire grew, so too did the perception of Charon. The tales twisted into something darker, more foreboding. No longer merely a benign guide, he morphed into a figure that struck fear into the hearts of those who crossed the Styx. The stories spoke of despair and punishment, of souls trapped in limbo, forever unable to enter the Elysian fields where the virtuous rested. Charon became a reflection of society's anxieties about death and the unknown. On stormy nights, when thunder roared and lightning split the sky, the people whispered tales of Charon's wrath. It was said that he could sense the weight of a soul's sins, and those who had wronged others in life would find themselves abandoned, left to wander the shores of the Styx for eternity. The ferryman's oar was not just an instrument of navigation. It became a symbol of judgment, wielded with a heavy hand. The once gentle guide was now powerful and unyielding, a harbinger of fate for those who had strayed from the path of righteousness. The evolution of Charon's character mirrored the changing moral landscape of Roman society. As the empire expanded, so did the complexities of human behavior. No longer were people simply good or evil. Moral ambiguities seeped into the culture, and Charon became a symbol of that confusion. His role as a ferryman transformed into a stark reminder of the consequences that awaited those who lived recklessly. The haunting image of Charon began to replace the once comforting notion of a gentle guide, casting an ominous shadow over the hearts of the living. With each passing century, Charon's stories grew in intensity. Artists began to depict him in increasingly dramatic fashions, his face twisted with rage or sorrow, reflecting the emotional turmoil of those facing death. Poets wrote verses that captured the terror of the afterlife, painting Charon as a figure who reveled in the despair of lost souls. The ferryman became a tragic hero in his own right, forever bound to the river, forever longing for a connection to the lives he guided to their end. Yet, even amidst the darkness, whispers of hope persisted. The tales of Charon revealed glimmers of redemption for those who dared to seek forgiveness. In moments of reflection, the stories would shift to speak of a time when Charon himself had been immortal, a man once filled with compassion, who had been cursed to roam the banks of the Styx for eternity. This transformation did not strip him of his humanity. Instead, it deepened it. Those who faced him were reminded that they too were not just souls condemned, but beings capable of change. The act of crossing the Styx was not only a passage to death, but also a chance for the living to confront their own shadows, to question their choices, and to seek the light. The chilling ambience surrounding Charon continued to capture the imagination of the Roman people. His figure both revered and feared. He stood not only as the guardian of the dead, but as a mirror reflecting the complexities of life itself. Those who approached the river understood that their fate lay not solely in the hands of the ferryman, but also in the choices they made while alive. The stories intertwined with the very fabric of Roman society, where hope and despair danced hand in hand, leaving the living forever poised on the brink. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden light over the waters of the Styx, the stories of Charon wove themselves into the minds of the people. Each tale carried an echo of the past, while hinting at the mysteries of the future. The ferryman's presence lingered, a haunting reminder of mortality, but also an invitation to reflect on the paths taken, the relationships forged, and the legacies left behind. Charon was more than a figure of death. He was a testament to the choices that defined existence, the struggles that shaped character, and the relentless pursuit of redemption. The night thickened, and as the last vestiges of light faded away, the air shimmered with unseen tension. The time was approaching when the next souls would arrive at the riverbank, drawn by the gravity of their fates. Charon, standing resolute, prepared to guide them through the shadows of their past and into the uncertainty of what lay ahead. The haunting tales of his evolution intertwined with the lives of those he would ferry, each crossing an eternal moment, binding them into the ever-turning wheel of mortality and myth. And so, the stories continued, spiraling into the depths of the night, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, whispers of fate hovering just beyond the horizon. In the dim, unsettling shadows of the underworld, where the air hung thick with echoes of lost souls, Charon stood at the banks of the Styx, his skeletal fingers drumming softly against the worn wood of his boat. His eyes, two hollow abysses, surveyed the endless line of weary spirits waiting to cross. Each one held a story crafted from the fabric of their lives, some marked by noble deeds and others stained by greed and betrayal. Yet, amid the silence, a haunting question lingered. What awaited them on the other side? The river, a dark ribbon slithering through the underworld, was more than just a barrier. It was a threshold between life and the justice that awaited each soul. Charon, the silent ferryman, bore the weight of their fate as he transported them from the shores of the living to the judgment that lay ahead. His role was not just that of a guide. He was an arbiter of justice, ensuring that each spirit confronted the consequences of their actions. As a new soul approached, Charon's boat creaked under the weight of the living's regrets. This was Lysandra, a once vibrant woman whose laughter once filled the halls of her home. Now she wore the weight of despair like a heavy cloak. The memories of her life flashed before her, moments of kindness and bursts of anger, the love she shared and the lives she hurt. Charon watched as she stepped hesitantly into the boat, her eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. She did not know yet what judgment awaited her, but the heaviness in her heart told her that her past was about to catch up. With every stroke that Charon took, the waters churned, whispering secrets of the past. The souls around Lysandra murmured amongst themselves, sharing tales of their own misdeeds and the justice that had eluded them in life. A man named Darius, whose greed had led him to betray his closest friends, spoke of the flames that danced in his mind, flames that represented the pain he caused. "I thought wealth would bring happiness," he confessed, his voice trembling, "but it only brought suffering, suffering for those I loved." Charon remained silent, his expression unreadable. He was not there to comfort them, he was there to deliver them to their reckoning. He could feel the tension in the air, an electric pulse as the boat glided over the water. The souls watched the banks fade away, the memories of their lives dissolving into the mist. The closer they drew to the shores of judgment, the more palpable the dread became, an unseen force wrapping around their hearts, squeezing tighter. Suddenly the boat jolted to a halt. Before them stood the great judges of the underworld, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iarchus. Each held a scroll in their hands, etched with tales of the deceased. Charon's role had ended. Now, the true judgment would unfold. The atmosphere shifted, thick with anticipation and fear. As the spirits were called forth one by one, Lysandra's name echoed through the void, and she stepped forward, heart racing. The judges peered down at her, their eyes piercing through the veil of her existence. She felt exposed, stripped of every defense. Minos, with his imposing stature, held her gaze. "Your life was a tapestry of choices. Tell us, Lysandra, what do you seek?" "I seek forgiveness," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I did not realize the pain I caused until it was too late." Her heart ached as memories washed over her, the faces of those she had hurt, the friendships she had ruined. The judges listened intently, each weighing her words against the actions of her life. Rhadamanthus reached for his scroll, the parchment crinkling ominously, as he prepared to reveal the depth of her sins. "Forgiveness can be a heavy burden," Iarchus interjected, his voice like gravel, "but it must be earned. You were given the gift of life, yet you squandered it. What shall we do with your soul?" The tension was thick enough to slice through, and Charon felt the weight of their judgment. He wasn't just a ferryman, he was a witness to the horrors and triumphs of humanity. Each soul brought before the judges was a reflection of the choices made, and here, under the watchful eyes of justice, they could not hide. Lysandra trembled. The reality of her past pressing down on her like a heavy stone. "I will do anything," she cried, desperation ringing in her voice. "I will face the consequences. I just want a chance to make things right." The judges exchanged solemn looks, their expressions inscrutable. The silence that followed felt like a suffocating weight. Charon leaned forward, the skeletal frame of his body casting a long shadow over the scene. He had seen many plead for mercy, but something about Lysandra struck a chord deep within him. Perhaps it was the flicker of hope in her eyes, the hint of redemption shimmering beneath the surface of her despair. Minos finally spoke, his voice booming like thunder. "You will undergo a trial of your making. You must confront each soul you've wronged, seek their forgiveness, and bear the weight of your past. Only then may you find peace." A chill ran through Lysandra as the gravity of the task settled upon her. "But how?" she gasped. "How can I face them when I've already caused so much pain?" The judges remained unmoved, their duty clear. Charon watched as she faltered, the very essence of her spirit questioning the path laid before her. Yet he felt a glimmer of admiration for her bravery. The willingness to confront one's own darkness was a powerful step toward justice. As Lysandra stepped back, the next soul was called, but the weight of her journey lingered in the air. Charon turned his gaze back to the river, the water whispering tales of countless others who had stood where she stood now. Each soul possessed the same burden, the same thirst for redemption, yet the path they took diverged dramatically. A voice echoed behind him, soft and haunting, a reminder of the countless stories yet to unfold. Would they find their way to justice? Charon could only guide them across the waters, but the journey toward justice lay within their own hearts, an unending cycle of choices and consequences waiting to be explored. The current of the Styx surged beneath him, each ripple beckoning for the next soul, and, with a heavy heart, he prepared the boat for another crossing. Each journey would weave into the next, a continuous thread of human experience, forever entwined in the relentless pursuit of justice. A shrouded figure stands at the edge of a murky river, a long pole in hand, his face obscured by shadows. Charon, the ferryman of the Underworld, awaits. The air is thick with an unsettling stillness, an eerie quiet that hangs heavily over the banks of the Styx. In the stillness, whispers of the collected souls echo softly, each one trembling with the weight of their final journey. This scene has captivated artists for centuries, each brushstroke and clay molding telling a story steeped in emotion, fear, and the inevitability of death. In ancient Greece, pottery adorned with vivid imagery provided a glimpse into the world beyond. On amphorae, Charon stands resolute, his grim demeanor accentuated by the haunting gaze of the souls he carries. Each painting reveals a mythological truth. To cross the Styx, one must pay the price. A coin clutched in the dead's hands, a tribute to the ferryman, speaks to the very essence of fear, the fear of being lost forever, wandering the shores of eternity without a guide. The simple lines of the pottery come alive, telling stories of sorrow and resignation, inviting viewers to contemplate their own eventual passage. As centuries flowed into centuries, the Romans took their turn at depicting Charon, layering their interpretations with a sense of grandeur and melancholy. Mosaics adorned the floors of villas, transforming everyday spaces into portals of reflection. Charon, now more regal, is depicted with wings that hint at a paradox, swift yet somber, a creature that both ferries and oversees the passage of souls. The vibrant tiles shimmer underfoot, each depicting the moment of crossing with a mix of reverence and dread. The colorful patterns swirl around him like the very souls he carries, suggesting a connection between life and what lies beyond. The Roman artists, through their intricate designs, provoke the heart, inviting not only admiration, but also a haunting sense of inevitability. Then came the Middle Ages, a time when the darkness of the human spirit found its voice in art. Charon morphed into a symbol of judgment, a reminder of the impending fate awaiting all. Manuscript illuminations sprang to life with chilling detail. In these pages, Charon appears monstrous, his visage distorted and grotesque, a reflection of the fears of an age beset by plague and uncertainty. The illuminated manuscripts, with their delicate brushwork, stir something primal in the viewer, a reminder that death was no longer a distant concept, but an ever-looming presence. The artists captured not just Charon's form, but the pulse of a society grappling with its mortality, each line and hue echoing with foreboding. The Renaissance, a rebirth of ideas and artistry, rekindled interest in the classic tales. Artists like Michelangelo and Botticelli illustrated Charon not just as a ferryman, but as a complex figure, an embodiment of human emotion. In Botticelli's works, Charon is both fearsome and compelling. His eyes reflect the weight of the souls he carries, each one a fragment of a story untold. In the mystical Nativity, the tension builds as he stands on the brink of a world transformed by new beliefs, caught between the old and the new. Each stroke of the brush captures a fleeting moment, a feeling of desperation, as the souls cling to the hope of salvation, while Charon, indifferent yet integral, propels them forward. Michelangelo's The Last Judgment presents Charon in a dramatic tableau, a figure caught in a swirling chaos of souls. His presence is arresting, a reminder of the finality of life, yet balanced by the chaotic beauty surrounding him. The figures, twisted in their struggle, reach out to him as if grasping for a last chance at life, a final plea echoed in every anguished face. The artistry breathes life into the scene. The brushstrokes are swift and passionate, each one reflecting the intensity of the moment. Charon, at once a guide and a tormentor, evokes a visceral reaction, stirring a mix of empathy and fear in the viewer's heart. As viewers travel through the artistic depictions, a thread of connection emerges, a haunting realization that transcends time. Charon is not just a figure of myth, he is a symbol of the human condition. Each artist, through their unique lens, has captured a fragment of this universal truth. His presence evokes a shiver of recognition, a sense of shared fate that pulses through the ages. The brushstrokes and chiseled forms echo the whispers of souls lost and found, their stories interwoven with our own. Then the Baroque period burst forth, bringing with it a frenzy of emotion and drama. Artists like Peter Paul Rubens and Caravaggio infused their works with vibrant color and intense light. In Rubens's paintings, Charon is imbued with a sense of urgency. The swirling clouds and tumultuous waves reflect the chaos of souls fighting against their fate. The energy is almost palpable, as if the viewer can hear the cries of the lost souls that swirl around him, each one longing for a life not fully lived. The tension between despair and hope crackles in the air, creating a vivid emotional experience that holds the viewer captive. In Caravaggio's depiction, the chiaroscuro technique illuminates Charon's face, revealing the conflicted emotions within. The flickering light dances over the tortured expressions of the souls, creating a haunting tableau that draws viewers into a moment suspended in time. The interplay of light and shadow mirrors the struggle between life and death, eliciting a visceral response that lingers long after the eyes leave the canvas. The struggle for passage becomes a powerful metaphor, encapsulating the essence of human existence, the constant tug-of-war between desire and destiny. Through every artistic rendering, Charon remains a constant companion on humanity's journey toward the unknown. Each era adds layers to his story. Each artist imbues him with fresh emotion, crafting a tapestry that is as rich as it is haunting. The fear, the sorrow, the finality, each feeling resonates deeply, creating an echo that reverberates through time. Each brushstroke or chisel mark is a testament to the timeless fascination with death and what lies beyond, an exploration of life's ultimate question that refuses to fade. The blood of centuries runs through the veins of these artworks, each pulse a reminder that while Charon may guide the dead, he also reflects the living in their unending quest for understanding. The rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old, and the fog that clung to the ground felt alive, wrapping around every footstep like a shroud. In this quiet, eerie world, an ancient figure stood, his face shadowed beneath a wide-brimmed hat, a cloak draping his hunched shoulders. Charon, the ferryman of the dead, waited by the banks of the Styx, his oar resting against the boat that bobbed quietly with the lapping water. His presence was a reminder of the threshold between life and the unknown. Poets and playwrights have long been captivated by Charon, their pens dancing with images of his haunting journey, weaving tales that tug at the heartstrings. In the flickering candlelight of a dimly lit tavern, a poet scribbled furiously on torn parchment, his brow furrowed with the weight of his thoughts. This was not just any figure. He was inspired by Charon, the man who ferries souls across the dark waters. Love, loss, and the inevitable passage to the afterlife flowed from his heart like a river. His words painted Charon not simply as a cold figure of authority, but as a sentinel of sorrow and empathy, a being who understood the burden of those he carried. The poet's hands trembled, for he knew that to write about Charon was to touch something profoundly human, the universal fear of death and the desire for connection. On another stage, a playwright revealed his characters, each one standing on the precipice of life and death. Here, Charon was not merely a ferryman, but a guide who listened to the fears and regrets of those who boarded his boat. The audience held its breath, captivated by the raw emotion spilling from the actor's lips. One character, trembling with grief, begged for a moment to say goodbye, to tell a lost love how much they meant. Charon, silent yet palpable in his understanding, nodded slowly, allowing the moment to stretch into eternity. The audience felt each heartbeat, each tear, as the ghosts of the past wrapped around them like a fog, revealing their own fears of loss and longing. As centuries turned, the image of Charon morphed but never faded. In the works of the greats, his essence remained, a man bound by duty yet filled with compassion. Dante Alighieri portrayed him as a grim figure, his boat filled with souls, capturing the torment of those who wandered the shores of the afterlife. Dante's words tugged at the fabric of fear and hope, blending them into a rich tapestry that resonated with readers, echoing the eternal struggle within each heart. How haunting it is to think of Charon as both guide and guardian, navigating the dark waters where dreams and nightmares collide. In the hands of poets like John Keats and Percy Bysshe Shelley, Charon became a symbol of transcendent beauty and despair. They crafted verses that danced across the page, tinged with longing and the quest for meaning in the face of mortality. Keats, with his lush imagery, evoked the idea of Charon as a melancholic artist, ferrying souls while contemplating the fragility of life. What if every soul that crossed the Styx left behind a piece of their essence, a memory that lingered like smoke in the air? The thought sent shivers down spines as readers were taken by the weight of what it means to live and love, to lose and remember. Then came the modern stage where Charon morphed into a figure of rebellion and complexity. Playwrights like Sarah Ruhl transformed him into a character pulsating with life, questioning his role as a ferryman. What happens when the guide himself grapples with the meaning of existence? In one gripping scene, Charon, filled with frustration and wonder, confronts the souls he carries, each one a reflection of their unfulfilled dreams and desires. His boat becomes a space of revelation, where every soul's story is a mirror, and the audience is forced to confront their own journey through life. The tales of Charon are not just stories of death, but narratives brimming with life, illuminated by the flickering candlelight of creativity. Every poet, every playwright that took up the pen felt the chill of Charon's presence, his oar slicing through the waters of the human experience. Each stroke of ink became a bridge between the living and the dead, a testament to the timeless bond that links all souls in their quest for understanding. As the curtain fell on one performance, the audience erupted in a wave of applause, but the echoes of Charon lingered in the air, thick with emotion. His presence was etched in their minds, a reminder that every moment is fleeting, every connection precious. The stories inspired by the ferryman continue to ripple through time, each word resonating with the truth that life is a precious journey, often shrouded in uncertainty. The playwrights and poets, each entranced by Charon's tale, crafted a web of emotional truths that transcended the boundaries of the stage and page. And so, as the last echoes of applause faded into the night, the cycle continued, a constant ebb and flow between creation and reflection. Charon stood at the edge of the Styx, waiting, not just for the souls of the departed, but for the stories yet to be told, the poems yet to be penned. His oar lifted against the still waters, a symbol of the eternal passage, and somewhere, beyond the veil of existence, the next poet sharpened their quill, ready to capture the essence of the ferryman's journey and all the souls who dared to cross. The stage was set for another act, another wave of emotion, waiting to crash upon the shore of human experience, as the tales of Charon continued to unfold in an unending, haunting dance. In a dimly lit room, shadows flicker as the screen illuminates faces filled with both dread and fascination. The chilling echo of a boat's oars dipping into the dark waters of the Styx resonates through the air, and a figure emerges, cloaked in mystery and dread, Charon, the ferryman of the Underworld. With his steely gaze and unyielding presence, he is a symbol of the inevitable passage from life to death, from the known to the unknown. In modern media, Charon's haunting essence has seeped into the very fabric of storytelling, capturing the minds and hearts of audiences worldwide. From ancient texts to contemporary films, the story of Charon is woven into the narratives that explore the boundaries of existence. His first notable mention comes from the works of Homer, where souls are led to the afterlife, crossing the river Styx, guided by the unwavering figure of Charon. It was here that the ancient Greeks began a long-standing fascination with death, a theme that resonates even today. This morbid curiosity has transformed Charon into a character who embodies fear and intrigue, threading through the fabric of literature and film. In the realm of literature, Charon's influence is felt in tales that grapple with mortality. The somber tones of modern novels often echo with whispers of his name. Authors imbue their characters with the burden of facing their own mortality, mirroring the very essence of Charon's role. In works like Neil Gaiman's American Gods, the ferry becomes a metaphor for crossing into a new life, capturing the anxiety and anticipation of what lies beyond. Gaiman's prose dances between the living and the dead, evoking a sense of unease that mirrors the tension in Charon's own existence. Readers cling to each page, their hearts racing as they encounter characters who, like them, are bound to face the inevitable. Film adaptations have turned Charon into a haunting visual masterpiece, crafting a figure that leaves audiences breathless. In movies like The Lovely Bones, where the afterlife is portrayed as both beautiful and terrifying, Charon's presence lurks in the background, reminding viewers that life is fleeting. The scenes are rich with raw emotions, as characters navigate their own grief and the passage into the unknown. Charon's spectral figure serves as a reminder of the fragility of life, and as viewers watch, they can feel their hearts race with each poignant moment, each heartbeat echoing the inevitability of their own fate. Video games offer a unique dimension to Charon's story, inviting players into an interactive experience that heightens the stakes of facing death. In titles such as Hades, Charon becomes not just a ferryman, but a character who interacts with players, reflecting the choices they make. He stands at the gates of the Underworld, his voice a chilling reminder that each decision carries consequences. Players feel the weight of their actions, their palms sweaty as they navigate the treacherous paths of the afterlife. Every encounter with Charon stirs a primal fear, a reminder that no one escapes the grip of mortality. The depiction of Charon also reflects broader societal views on death and what comes after. In many modern interpretations, he is no longer just a silent specter. Instead, he becomes a complex character, often imbued with a sense of longing and sadness. In graphic novels like Sandman, Charon's portrayal shifts, revealing layers of vulnerability beneath his stoic exterior. Readers are drawn in, their hearts aching for a being tasked with such a heavy burden, a ferryman who carries not only souls but the weight of their stories. The emotional depth adds a new dimension to his character, leaving audiences pondering the nature of life, death, and everything in between. As Charon's presence weaves through these narratives, moments of tension and reflection create a rhythm that captivates the soul. One moment, the atmosphere is heavy with anticipation, as characters stand on the brink of their fate, gazing into the abyss of the unknown. The next, a sudden revelation sends chills racing down the spines of viewers and readers alike, awakening a primal fear of what death truly means. This delicate balance of fear and wonder keeps audiences engaged, their hearts racing as they contemplate their place in the grand tapestry of existence. The portrayal of Charon is not limited to grim tales. It extends to stories rich with humor and irony. In animated films such as Disney's Hercules, Charon takes on a more whimsical persona, a comedic twist that lightens the weight of death. His portrayal here contrasts sharply with the more serious interpretations, offering a refreshing perspective that invites laughter amidst the gloom. Even in this lighter context, however, the underlying themes of mortality resonate, tugging at the heartstrings as audiences chuckle nervously, aware that humor often masks a deeper truth. The magnetic pull of Charon continues to captivate artists and storytellers who dare to explore the vast expanse of human emotions. Each portrayal, whether solemn or light-hearted, is steeped in the rich history of his mythos, a testament to humanity's unending struggle with the concept of death. Charon serves as both a guide and a reminder, a figure that evokes fear, reflection, and sometimes even hope. The interplay between these emotions creates a tapestry woven with the complexities of life and the inevitability of its end. As readers and viewers are drawn deeper into these narratives, the atmosphere thickens with tension. The haunting whispers of Charon's name linger in the air, a constant reminder of the path that lies ahead. His presence is felt in every chilling scene, in every poignant word, as characters grapple with their fate. The experience becomes a roller coaster of emotions, a blend of fear and wonder that propels audiences forward, leaving them breathless and yearning for more. The stories continue to evolve, exploring new dimensions of Charon's character, each twist offering fresh insights into the human experience. With each retelling, the legends surrounding him grow richer, more complex, and infinitely more compelling. The journey through these tales is never truly over. It loops back on itself, drawing in new interpretations and fresh perspectives, ensuring that the mystery of Charon and the essence of life and death remain at the forefront of our collective consciousness. As the shadows deepen and the echoes of the Styx whisper in the distance, the presence of Charon endures, forever entwined in the stories we tell. In the shadowy banks of the river Styx, mists swirled like whispers of lost souls. The air, heavy with anticipation and dread, quivered with the weight of countless stories yet untold. Charon, the stoic ferryman, stood at the helm of his boat, a silhouette against the pale glow of the moon. His gaze, sharp and unyielding, swept over the soul of a newly departed, clutching the remnants of life like a fragile butterfly caught in a storm. Behind him loomed the endless expanse of the Underworld, a place painted in shades of sorrow and forgotten dreams. The ferryman was not merely a guide, he was a bridge between the world of the living and the dark depths of eternity. His presence stirred a tempest of emotions in those who crossed his path. The weight of silence filled the air, each heartbeat echoing the gravity of the moment. Charon's eyes, reflecting centuries of knowledge, told tales of the countless souls he had ferried, each with a story etched into the fabric of the universe. As the departed soul approached, a shiver coursed through the air. The world they had known was slipping away, and the ferryman held the key to the next chapter. Charon's expression was as unyielding as the river itself, a mask of stoicism that belied the depth of his role. He was the keeper of the crossing, a guide through the threshold of fear and uncertainty. With one steady nod, he beckoned the soul forward, the touching of their fates, a moment suspended in time. The souls that approached Charon carried not just their own stories, but also the weight of their loved ones left behind. They were driven by fear, regret, and a yearning for closure. Yet, Charon remained impassive, his boat an unflinching sanctuary amid the chaos of emotions swirling around. Each crossing was a sacred rite, a moment where the past met the unknown, and in that fragile balance, hope flickered like a candle in the dark. The soft lapping of water against the sides of the boat filled the silence, a rhythm that echoed the steady heartbeat of the universe. Charon's gloved hands gripped the oars, weathered and strong, like the hands of an artist painting the final strokes of a masterpiece. He navigated the murky waters with an ease that belied the darkness surrounding them, an embodiment of calm amidst the storm of fear that each soul carried. The air was thick with a tension that wrapped itself around them, a cocoon of emotions waiting to burst free. Why was it that fear and hope walked hand in hand on this journey? With every stroke of his oars, Charon drew closer to the other side, yet still, the destination remained shrouded in mystery. The souls on his boat were not merely passengers, they were the embodiment of lost chances and unspoken words. Each one had a lifetime etched into their very being, and as they looked into the depths of the Styx, they glimpsed the shadows of their past flickering like ghosts. Charon, the unyielding ferryman, remained their guide, his presence a paradox of comfort and dread. He understood the weight of their journeys. Each soul carried the pains of their choices, the laughter of forgotten moments, and the ache of unfulfilled dreams. Charon was not a cruel figure, but a necessary one. He offered no judgment. His task was simply to guide them across the waters that separated the living from the dead. Yet, with each crossing, he became an integral part of their stories, a silent witness to their final moments on this earth. As the boat glided silently through the waters, the silhouettes of the underworld began to take shape. Twisted trees, barren landscapes, and echoes of laughter long gone. The air, chilled with foreboding, enveloped them, igniting a flicker of fear in the heart of the departed. They were leaving behind everything they had known, stepping into the unknown with only Charon as their guide. He turned slightly, his voice a low rumble, like distant thunder. "You cannot go back," he said, the truth hanging heavily between them. "But do not fear, you are not alone." In that brief moment, a connection sparked, a shared understanding of the inevitability of life and death. Charon was not just a ferryman, he was a symbol of transition, a reminder that every ending was also a beginning. He offered solace to the souls as they faced the abyss, his presence a beacon of unwavering strength in the encroaching darkness. As they neared the other side, the atmosphere crackled with energy, a palpable tension that held the promise of what lay ahead. Charon's steady gaze never wavered, unwavering and resolute. He understood their fears, their doubts, but he also carried the weight of ages within him, stories of redemption, of transformation, of souls finding peace. And yet there remained a darkness, a looming shadow that whispered of lost opportunities and regrets yet to be faced. With each gentle stroke of his oars, Charon propelled them forward, his own heart weighed down by the burdens of those he had guided. He was their anchor in an ocean of uncertainty, a steadfast figure against the tide of despair. The bank of the underworld grew closer, revealing a haunting beauty that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. As the souls prepared to disembark, a sense of finality hung in the air. Charon, the eternal ferryman, stood as a guardian at the threshold, embodying the essence of transformation, the guiding figure that led them from the realm of the living to the great unknown. In that moment, as the souls stepped onto the shore of their new existence, the stories continued to spin, a tapestry woven with the threads of life, loss, and the eternal quest for understanding. The silence between them was thick, each heartbeat echoing the unspoken promises and hopes that lingered in the air. And with a final glance, Charon turned back to the river, ready to embrace the next soul waiting for a passage, knowing that the cycle of life and death was an endless dance, one that he would continue to guide with unwavering resolve, forever a part of the stories that flowed like water beneath the moonlit sky. The river Styx shimmered under a moonless sky, its dark waters whispering secrets of the souls it ferried. Charon stood at the banks, his thin frame illuminated only by the dim glow of the torches he held. His eyes, hollow yet penetrating, scanned the horizon, ever ready for the next soul to approach. Each figure that emerged from the mist carried not just the weight of their mortal lives, but also the heavy shadows of unfulfilled dreams and unspoken fears, the echoes of their unfinished business. Historically, Charon was more than a mere ferryman. He was a bridge between life and the afterlife, embodying the fears and doubts that haunt humanity. His role in Greek mythology served as a reminder of mortality, a concept that has fascinated thinkers for centuries. The very act of crossing the Styx was laden with symbolism, representing the final transition into the unknown, a plunge into the depths of the unconscious mind. In the realm of psychoanalysis, the unconscious is often portrayed as a dark, labyrinthine place, filled with memories and emotions long buried. Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, believed that our repressed fears surrounding death shape our behaviors and dreams. He argued that the fear of death is not just a fear of the end, but a fear laden with guilt, unresolved conflicts, and a longing for the unattainable. Charon, in his silent wisdom, becomes a symbol of this struggle, a personification of our darkest thoughts and deepest fears. As the winds howled softly, a new soul approached the riverbank, hesitating at the edge of the shore. This young woman, her face drawn with sorrow, clutched a tattered photograph, a bittersweet reminder of a life left behind. With every step towards Charon, the burden of her memories grew heavier, as if invisible chains bound her to the life she had known. Her heart raced, a symphony of anxiety, regret, and longing, playing a haunting tune in her mind. Would she ever find peace? Charon, with an understanding gaze, beckoned her forward. His silence spoke volumes, and in that moment she felt an inexplicable connection to him. Was he merely a ferryman, or did he represent something deeper? A guardian of the psyche, perhaps, guiding souls through their unresolved trauma and fears. The river bubbled ominously, as if echoing her internal struggle, reminding her of the darkness she carried within. In the psychoanalytic lens, death signifies not just the end of life, but a confrontation with the self. Each soul that Charon ferries embodies unfulfilled desires and existential dread, a reflection of the human condition. The shadows lurking in their hearts whisper truths they may not be ready to confront. With every journey across the Styx, the souls face their fears, shedding layers of denial and embracing the reality of their existence. As the young woman stepped into the boat, she felt an intense shiver run down her spine. The sensation was both terrifying and exhilarating, awakening dormant memories of joy and sorrow. She remembered the laughter of a friend lost too soon, the warmth of a lover's embrace, and the cold grip of despair that had enveloped her since their departure. Charon rowed steadily, his expression inscrutable, yet she felt him guiding her through the turbulent waters of her psyche. The stories of those who crossed the river were as varied as the stars that twinkled faintly above. Each soul, from warriors who faced their mortality with valor to mothers consumed by guilt, carried a unique narrative. Charon listened to their unspoken fears, becoming a silent witness to their pain. He was a keeper of secrets, an arbiter of release, providing solace to the tormented spirits who dared to confront their past. Suddenly, a storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds swirling ominously, reflecting the turmoil within the young woman. The river churned violently, mirroring her internal chaos. Memories surged forward, her father's voice, a distant echo, urging her to live fully, to embrace the life she had. Yet, how could she when guilt weighed so heavily on her heart? The storm swelled, and the boat rocked perilously. She grasped the sides, panic clawing at her throat, blurring the lines between her fear of death and her fear of living. Charon, unfazed, maneuvered the boat with practiced ease. His calm presence grounded her, an anchor amidst the chaos. He understood the struggle, the complexity of emotions that surged through her. In that moment of vulnerability, her heart ached with the realization that to confront death was to confront herself, the parts that she had buried, the fears that had dictated her choices, and the dreams she had silenced. The storm raged on, but within the tempest, a flicker of understanding ignited. Perhaps, she thought, death was not something to be feared, but embraced as a part of the human experience. The boat reached the opposite bank, the swirling waters calming as they approached the shore. The young woman's heart drummed in her chest, a mix of apprehension and hope. Charon turned to her, his eyes filled with a knowing sadness, as if urging her to let go of the burden she carried. As she stepped out of the boat, the air felt different, fresher, lighter, as though she had shed a layer of her past. Yet, the memories lingered like shadows, reminding her that the journey was far from over. Just beyond the shore, a labyrinth of paths stretched out before her, each one representing a choice, a memory, a possibility. Charon stood at the bank, a silent guardian of her psyche, watching as she began to navigate her new reality. The echoes of her past would always be there, but now she understood that each step forward was a step towards healing, a chance to face the darkness and emerge anew. As she took her first steps into the unknown, the air around her buzzed with potential. Behind her, the river whispered, reminding her of the souls that had come before and those that would follow. Charon's figure faded into the mist, a lingering symbol of all that was unresolved and all that lay ahead. Death, she realized, was merely a transition, an invitation to confront the depths of her own unconscious mind, and a reminder that life, with all its uncertainties, was a journey worth embracing. The river stretched out like a dark ribbon under the thick blanket of stars. It shimmered, reflecting not just the night sky, but the flickering souls that hovered at its edge, lost, confused, and waiting. Charon, the enigmatic ferryman of the dead, stood at his boat, a silhouette against the haunting glow. His eyes, deep and knowing, scanned the horizon where living and dead melded into one. Each soul whispered a story, a life lived and a journey unfinished, echoing in the stillness, begging for resolution. Charon was more than just a guide across the river Styx. He was the harbinger of change, the bridge between the familiar warmth of life and the chilling embrace of the afterlife. Day after day, he witnessed the intertwining emotions of those who stepped onto his boat. Grief, fear, hope, they all mingled in the air like a dense fog, clinging to the souls as they awaited their passage. He felt their weight, the heavy burden of unfinished business, and the longing for closure. Every soul brought with it a unique array of emotions. The young child, innocent and unaware of the finality of death, stared wide-eyed at Charon, clutching a faded toy as if it could protect him. The old woman, her face etched with lines of wisdom and sorrow, clutched her heart, mourning the life she left behind. The soldier, torn from the battlefield, carried with him the echoes of gunfire and the cries of his comrades. Each one entranced Charon, reminding him of the fragility of existence and the tapestry of life, woven from moments both beautiful and tragic. As the boat glided across the dark waters, Charon felt the pull of their stories, drawing him into a whirlwind of memories. He recalled the tales of ancient Greece, where poets sang of his name, where he was both feared and revered. He was not just the ferryman, he was the keeper of secrets, holding the keys to passages that could never be retraced. Yet he bore the responsibility gracefully, knowing that every crossing was a chapter closing and a new one beginning. With each soul he ferried, Charon held the power to transform anguish into serenity. He became a listener, a silent witness to the confessions murmured in the stillness of the night. He would lean closer as the soldier recounted the fragility of life, how he had clung to hope amidst the chaos, or as the old woman reminisced about lost love, her voice trembling like autumn leaves. These stories were his lifeblood, an emotional communion that resonated deeply within him. Yet, there was a darkness that came with his role. Sometimes, a soul would refuse to board. They would linger at the water's edge, caught in the grips of their own fears. Charon understood this fear. His face, a mask of calm, belied the storm brewing within. He would reach out a hand, his voice a soothing echo, coaxing them to find peace. Release the sorrow, let go of what binds you. Each refusal pierced his heart, a reminder of the loneliness that came with the eternal duty of guiding souls. One night, a profound silence enveloped the river, and Charon felt an unusual chill. A soul, agitated and restless, stepped cautiously onto his boat. She was a young woman, her eyes reflecting a multitude of emotions: anger, regret, and an overwhelming sense of injustice. "I shouldn't be here," she declared, her voice sharp as glass. "I have so much left to do." Charon met her gaze, unyielding yet empathetic. "Every life has its time," he replied softly, his voice a steady beacon in her storm. He watched as she wrestled with acceptance, the weight of her dreams clashing with the reality of her fate. The river whispered around them, an invisible audience to her internal battle. As they ventured further, the shadows grew thicker, the waters darker, swirling with echoes of despair. The woman began to share her story, each word like a fragile thread that pulled at Charon's heart. She spoke of a love never fulfilled, of dreams that now lay scattered like autumn leaves in the wind. Charon felt his own heart ache, not just for her, but for all the souls who had come before her. In those moments, he was not merely a ferryman, he was a vessel of their collective grief and longing. Just as she began to find her voice, a sudden commotion erupted from the shore. A figure emerged from the mist, another soul, frantic and desperate. "No, I won't go," he shouted, his body trembling with fear. Charon's brow furrowed. He recognized the struggle all too well. The young woman's eyes darted between the new arrival and Charon, confusion etched across her face. "Please," she urged, "help him." Charon felt the tension pulse through the air, a reminder of his own limitations. He could not force any soul to cross, they had to choose, but he could guide them. The river surged around them, vibrating with the emotions of the living and the dead. He stepped forward, reaching out to the frantic soul, offering comfort, clarity, a chance at understanding. "What binds you?" Charon asked, his voice steady, even as the storm raged in the man's heart. The air grew thick with the weight of their shared moment, a tapestry of fear woven into the fabric of the night. The man paused, words caught in his throat. Charon watched as he rested with his thoughts, the truth clawing its way to the surface. Perhaps this was what Charon had always sought to achieve, a deeper understanding, a connection that transcended the boundaries of life and death. As he stood there, amidst the swirling emotions of the living, the dead, and the whispers of the river, Charon felt an awakening within himself. This was more than just a journey across waters. It was a profound exploration of what it meant to be human, to feel, to struggle with the very essence of existence. The shadows flickered, the river surged, and the stories continued to flow, a never-ending cycle of lives lived and lives lost. And Charon, the eternal ferryman, remained at the helm, guiding not just souls across the water, but weaving together the threads of humanity in all its complex, beautiful, and haunting forms. The air was thick with an unsettling chill, as if the very souls of the departed whispered in the breeze. On shadowy nights, when the moon barely peeked through the clouds, tales of Charon slid from lips like secrets passed in hushed tones. He was not merely a figure from ancient lore, he was a harbinger, a guide through the murky waters of the underworld. His boat, a frail vessel, promised passage but demanded payment, a single coin pressed into the palm of a dead man's hand. Without it, the souls of the lost would linger, trapped on the shores of the Styx, forever yearning for the warmth of life. In countless villages scattered across the landscape, Charon's name echoed like a distant thunderstorm, filling hearts with a blend of fear and fascination. Mothers would warn their children not to stray too far from home when twilight descended, lest they attract the attention of the ferryman who collected souls. Eager listeners would huddle around flickering fires, eyes wide, as storytellers recounted tales of those who had encountered Charon and faced his judgment. In the dim corners of taverns, whispers about the ferryman morphed into chilling legends. The bravest souls spoke of their encounters with Charon, recounting how he appeared cloaked in a shroud of shadows, only his skeletal hands visible as they grasped the oars. His voice was a low murmur, like the rustle of dead leaves, as he beckoned the lost closer to the edge of his boat. It was said that he could see into the very depths of a person's heart, weighing their deeds during life against the eternal consequences awaiting them on the other side. For many, Charon represented the ultimate reckoning, the final chapter of their stories. In the small countryside village of Elysium Springs, old women would gather by the fire to share tales that made the hair on their arms stand tall. They spoke of a man who, after years of wrongdoing, found himself at the edge of the Styx, his heart heavy with the weight of regret. Charon appeared, a figure cloaked in darkness, and gazed into the man's soul. The silence was unbearable, each breath filled with unspoken dread. The man pleaded for a second chance, but Charon remained resilient, unmoved by tears or whispered promises. He simply pointed to the coin resting in the man's hand, the price of passage, a stark reminder of the choices made in life. As the stories circulated, they morphed, knitting themselves into the fabric of local folklore. Charon became more than just a ferryman. He emerged as a symbol of inevitable fate, a reminder of the fine line between life and death. Children grew up on these tales, haunted yet enthralled, their imaginations ignited with visions of the dark figure skimming the waters of the Styx, his hollow eyes reflecting the pain of lost souls. Some tales took on a more sinister tone, warning of the wandering spirits who, without a coin, drifted aimlessly, seeking Charon's attention. In one story, a young girl wandered too close to the riverbank. Her laughter echoed against the stillness of night, disturbing the restless souls. As she played, the water began to ripple, and from the depths emerged Charon, his voice grave and steady. "Leave this place," he warned, "for you play with forces beyond your understanding." The girl fled, her heart pounding, Forever changed by the encounter, the stories of Charon spread beyond the borders of Elysium Springs, traveling like a chilling wind from one town to the next. In some regions, he was depicted as a more forgiving figure, allowing souls to barter for their passage. A tale told around a campfire spoke of a clever woman who, having no coin, offered Charon a piece of her heart instead. The ferryman paused, surprised by such an unusual request. Moved by her courage, he allowed her passage, but the price was steep. For the rest of her days, she bore a void within her, a reminder of the sacrifice made at the river's edge. These folktales, rich in emotion, echoed the struggles of humanity, the desire for redemption, the fear of judgment, the hope for another chance. They resonated with anyone who had ever felt lost or burdened by the weight of their past. Each story was a thread woven into the tapestry of life, connecting generations through shared fears and dreams, all circling back to Charon. In the dark corners of forgotten libraries and musty old books, scholars would unearth ancient texts filled with accounts of Charon. Histories spoke of how the Greeks viewed him not simply as a ferryman, but as an essential part of the soul's journey. His presence in literature became a powerful motif, inspiring poets and playwrights who sought to capture the essence of mortality and the struggle for meaning. As the shadows lengthened and the tales twisted further, Charon's influence seeped into other cultures. In Norse mythology, a figure known as Helgjor would guide lost souls, mirroring Charon's role with the same weight of consequence. Throughout time, the stories evolved, but the essence remained unchanged: the fear of what lay beyond and the unshakable bond between life and death. With each retelling, a sense of urgency grew, as if Charon himself hovered just beyond the reach of the flames. The stories became an invitation to confront mortality, to embrace the unknown. And as the fire crackled and the shadows danced, listeners held their breath, waiting for the next word, the next chilling twist in the tale. The presence of Charon loomed large, not just as a character in folklore, but as a mirror reflecting the deepest fears and hopes of humanity, binding stories together like the currents of the Styx that carried souls to their final resting place. There, in the fog-draped shadows of twilight, stood Charon, the enigmatic ferryman of the Underworld. With his pallid skin and sunken, hollow eyes, he beckoned lost souls to board his rickety boat. Cast adrift on the dark waters of the Styx, the air was thick with sorrow as a gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying the weight of uncounted lives who wandered too close to the edge. Charon's mere presence evoked an unsettling mix of dread and fascination, a reminder that every life must eventually meet its end. But beyond the shores of Greek mythology, countless cultures echoed this age-old fear and reverence of death, giving rise to figures that mirrored Charon's grim duty in their own unique ways. In ancient Egypt, Anubis, the jackal-headed god, carved out his own territory among the living and the dead. His dark, sleek form stood watch over the mummified remains of the deceased, ensuring safe passage to the afterlife. Unlike Charon, Anubis did not merely ferry souls across the river. He weighed their hearts against a feather, a test of moral worth. The hushed whispers of anxious souls filled the air as they approached the scales, hoping to avoid the jaws of Amit, the devourer of the damned. It was a haunting, tense moment, the living and the dead entwined in a dance of fate, each heartbeat echoing the question of redemption. Across the ocean, in the land of the Celts, the Lady of Death, known as the Cailleach, roamed the misty hills. Her ancient, gnarled hands wielded a staff that could summon storms or quiet the earth. Unlike the grim finality associated with Charon, the Cailleach was a figure of transformation, representing both the end and the beginning. She would usher the souls into the afterlife, but not before imparting wisdom and warnings. The stories told of her chilling laughter echoing through the valleys, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to tread in her domain. Was it a cry of despair or a song of renewal? The answer lay just beyond the reach of understanding, teasing the minds of those who listened. In the heart of the Norse lands, the Valkyries rode fiercely through the stormy skies, their armor gleaming like stars against the night. They were agents of fate, choosing who would live and who would die in battle, a duality that stirred a tumult of emotions in the hearts of warriors. They descended upon the battlefield, appearing like a vision of divine grace and terror. Each warrior who fell was swept up into the arms of these warrior maidens, their fates forever altered. Yet, As they flew towards Valhalla, a sense of turbulent longing filled the air. What awaited them in that glorious hall? The Valkyries did not whisper promises of peace, but rather the thrill of eternal combat. It was a captivating dichotomy, the longing for glory intertwined with the inevitability of death. Meanwhile, in the rich tapestry of Hindu mythology, Yama, the god of death, held dominion over the departed. With his dark complexion and fearsome visage, he rode a buffalo, wielding a noose that would ensnare the souls of the unworthy. Yet, within his terrifying demeanor lay a sense of justice and compassion. Yama's path was not merely one of destruction, but of guiding souls toward their next reincarnation, a cycle that brought both fear and hope. The stories told of wayward souls wandering through a fog of confusion, only to be met by Yama's stern gaze, reminding them of their earthly deeds. It was a chilling reminder that every action bore consequences, reverberating through time and space. As the sun set lower in the sky, the shadows grew longer, weaving tales of the dead from every corner of the world. The ancient Aztecs revered Mictlantecutli, the lord of the Underworld, whose skeletal visage held a haunted, commanding presence. Wrapped in the smog of incense and the echoes of drums, the Aztec people honored him with offerings, hoping to appease the darkness that lurked beyond life. His palace was a realm of shadows, where whispers of the departed could be heard, telling their stories in a language older than time itself. The fear of Mictlantecutli lingered in every heart, yet it was coupled with a deep respect for the cycle of life and death. In the quiet backwoods of Japan, Yama-Uba, the mountain witch, appeared as both a sinister threat and a nurturing guardian. With her wild hair and tattered robes, she roamed the forests, her presence instilling fear in those who dared to trespass. But within her heart lay the essence of life itself. She could offer shelter or unleash chaos. The stories of her encounters with lost travelers painted a tapestry of tension and emotion, her laughter echoing through the trees, a haunting reminder that nature itself held the power of life and death in its grasp. These figures, Charon, Anubis, the Kailayak, the Valkyries, Yama, Mictlantecutli, and Yama-Uba, are threads woven into the fabric of human experience. Each represents our eternal struggle with mortality, fear, and the unanswered questions that cling to our souls. In their presence, the air crackles with emotion, igniting a spark that leads us to ponder our own existence, our own mortality, and the stories that will carry us beyond. As the darkness deepened, the mist rolled thicker, wrapping itself around the shadows of the past. The flickering whispers of the departed merged with the living, intertwining their fates. The ghostly figures of the underworld beckoned, their stories waiting to be told, urging the living to listen closely. In every myth, every legend, a truth resided. The inevitability of death unites us all, a common thread that binds our collective consciousness. And as the night wore on, the tales of Charon and his global counterparts hung in the air, tantalizing and haunting, a reminder that the story of life and death is far from over. The flickering flames of the funeral pyre danced against the night sky, their shadows flickering like lost souls in search of peace. The air was thick, not just with the scent of burning wood, but with the weight of grief and ancient traditions. In this moment, we are reminded of Charon, the silent ferryman of the underworld, waiting patiently at the banks of the river Styx, his grim demeanor reflecting the sorrow of those who must cross. For centuries, he has stood at the threshold between life and death, marking the profound impact on how societies honor their departed. In ancient Greece, a coin was pressed tightly into the hand of the deceased, a small offering for Charon. This simple gesture carried a heavy burden. Without the obol, the soul would wander the shores of the Styx forever, lost and alone. Families would gather, their hearts heavy as they placed the coin on their loved one's lips, a last act of love and a desperate plea for passage. The ritual was steeped in emotion, as each family member clutched their own piece of the past, unsure of how to let go. This custom echoed through the ages, shaping funerary practices in ways that extend beyond geography and time. In the vast landscapes of ancient Rome, the echoes of Charon's tale reverberated through elaborate funerals, The elaborate processions, adorned with flowers and offerings, were not merely for the living, but for Charon's watchful gaze. Each mourner wore black to symbolize their sorrow, their features hardened with the weight of remembrance. It was as if every tear shed watered the roots of their ancestral trees, binding them to the stories of their forebears and the inevitable journey that awaited all souls. Centuries turned, and with them, the world transformed. Yet the essence of Charon's influence remained. As the veil between life and death shifted, so too did the rituals. The medieval period saw a shift in the landscape of funerary customs, with a surge in Christian beliefs. The coin for Charon became less relevant as the focus shifted to salvation and resurrection. Yet the symbolism of the ferryman lingered, woven into the fabric of church services and memorial rites. Families gathered in candlelit chapels, united in prayer, seeking mercy for the souls of their loved ones. The flicker of those candles mirrored the eternal flame of hope, bridging the gap between the living and the departed. In the modern age, while technology has changed the way the world operates, the impact of Charon can still be felt in the rituals that honor those who have passed. The act of laying a loved one to rest is a poignant moment, often surrounded by the very same emotions that echoed through ancient times. Today, coffins are adorned with flowers that whisper tales of love, loss, and remembrance. As family and friends gather, they create a tapestry of shared grief, a collective heartbeat that speaks to the universal nature of loss. The final journey of a loved one still echoes the ancient practice of crossing the Styx. Even in contemporary times, the presence of Charon lingers in the act of saying goodbye. The scattering of ashes in a meaningful place or the planting of a tree becomes a modern form of the ritual, a way to ensure that the soul is not forgotten, that it will continue to exist in the hearts of those left behind. Each act is a tribute, a way to guide the spirit onward, as if offering a hand to Charon himself, hoping for a smooth passage. In cultures around the globe, the shadows of Charon stretch long, from the elaborate Day of the Dead celebrations in Mexico, where colorful altars are adorned to welcome back lost souls, to the serene Japanese Obon festival, where lanterns are lit to guide ancestors home. The essence of the ferryman remains. These practices, rooted deeply in love and remembrance, speak to a fundamental truth. Death, while final, is also a bridge connecting the past to the present. As the sun sets on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unbroken lineage of customs unfolds. The timelessness of Charon's influence continues to shape how we interact with death and mourning. The act of remembering transcends time, weaving a narrative that connects generations. Each funeral, each memorial, is a reminder of the weight of loss, the importance of saying goodbye, and the hope that those who have crossed the Styx are not truly gone, but exist in the hearts of those they left behind. In the quiet moments that follow the last goodbye, the world holds its breath. The memory of Charon lingers, a reminder that every ending is simply a new beginning in a different realm. The flames of the pyre flicker out, and the gathering begins to disperse. But the stories shared and the tears shed weave a thread that binds them to the past. As they leave, their hearts are filled with the bittersweet understanding that while life continues, the souls they cherish forever voyage along the river, guided by the ever-watchful Charon, who stands ready to receive them. Each life lived is a testament to the journey, a piece of a greater story that will never truly end. The air was thick with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the gathering crowd. Each person stood silent, their faces illuminated by the flickering glow of torches, the flames dancing like restless spirits. Here, on the banks of the ancient river, tradition breathed life into the night. It was a moment charged with significance, where the mundane world brushed against the extraordinary, and the ferryboat bobbed gently in the water, waiting to serve its purpose. In many cultures, the ferryman is not merely a man who transports souls across water. He is a bridge between two worlds, the living and the departed. This night, the ferryman would guide a young initiate, a boy on the cusp of manhood, across the river in a ceremony that marked the end of childhood and the beginning of adulthood. The whispers of the river seemed almost alive, carrying with them the weight of history and the promise of new beginnings. As the boy stepped forward, his heart pounded like a drum, the rhythm echoing the heartbeat of his ancestors. He wore a simple tunic, its fabric soft against his skin, yet heavy with expectation. He felt the eyes of the elders upon him, those who had once stood where he now stood, trembling on the threshold of sacrifice and transformation. Tonight, he would face the river, confront his fears, and step into the unknown. The ferryman, with his weathered face and wise, knowing eyes, beckoned the boy closer. His hands, calloused from years of labor, grasped the smooth wooden paddle with a gentle strength. Without a word, he gestured for the boy to board the small vessel, its hull creaking softly, as if it too were alive with stories waiting to be told. The river whispered secrets from ages past, tales of souls who had crossed, each journey a rite of passage in its own right. The moment the boat pushed off from the shore, the crowd erupted in a mix of shouts and chants, a blend of encouragement and reverence, each voice layered over one another, creating a chorus that echoed against the water, reverberating through the very fabric of time. The boy's heart raced faster now, each pulse synchronized with the rhythm of the oars as they dipped into the dark waters, sending ripples cascading outward. As the boy sat in the boat, facing the far shore, memories flooded his mind. He thought of his mother's warm embrace, his father's stern but loving gaze, and the laughter of his friends. All of it felt so far away, like distant stars twinkling in a night sky. The river, untamed and vast, seemed to reflect his inner turmoil. He was leaving behind the safety of childhood, stepping into an uncertain future, a future that demanded courage, wisdom, and strength. The ferryman's voice broke through the boy's thoughts, low and steady. "This river holds many lessons, young one. It flows with the wisdom of those who have come before you." The boy nodded, understanding that he was part of something larger, a legacy that spanned generations. Each stroke of the oar was a reminder that he was not alone. Countless others had made this crossing, faced their fears, and emerged transformed. Suddenly, the water began to churn, and dark clouds rolled in overhead. The once gentle current surged, thrashing against the boat as the winds howled like lost souls. Panic fluttered in the boy's chest. Was he ready for this? Would he be strong enough to endure the trials that lay ahead? The ferryman, sensing his distress, turned to him with an expression that held both reassurance and challenge. "Fear is a part of the journey. Embrace it, for it will lead you to your truth." With those words, the boy felt a spark ignite within him. He steadied himself against the rocking boat, focusing on the rhythm of the ferryman's strokes. The storm raged around them, waves crashing against the sides, but the boy's resolve began to harden. He remembered the stories told by his elders, of bravery, resilience, and the power of community. He was not just crossing a river, he was stepping into his own destiny. As they neared the other shore, the storm began to subside, and the clouds parted to reveal a sky full of stars. The boy gazed up in awe, feeling a connection to the universe itself. Each star seemed to twinkle with encouragement, urging him to take the leap into this new phase of life. The ferryman, strong and silent, continued to paddle with unwavering determination. The boy realized that the ferryman was more than just a guide. He was a symbol of all the hardships faced by those who had come before him, and all those who would follow. Finally, the boat bumped softly against the opposite bank. The boy looked up, his heart swelling with emotion. He had crossed the river, faced the storm, and emerged on the other side, transformed. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices melding into a symphony of triumph. He stepped onto the shore, feeling the cool earth beneath his feet, solid and real. The weight of expectations and fears began to lift, replaced by a sense of belonging to something greater. Yet, as he stood there, a new wave of uncertainty washed over him. What awaited him on this side of the river? The rites of passage were never truly over. They merely evolved. He felt the presence of the ferryman behind him, a silent guardian ready to guide him through whatever lay ahead. In the flickering torchlight, the boy's eyes met those of the elders, each face reflecting pride and hope, yet also the solemn reminder of the struggles that awaited him. They had crossed many rivers themselves, faced storms that had tested their courage, and now it was his turn to carry that legacy forward. The night held its breath, and the river murmured softly, as if inviting him to step deeper into the mysteries that awaited. Each heartbeat echoed the promise of new beginnings and the weight of untold stories yet to be lived. The boy took a deep breath, feeling the cool night air fill his lungs, and he knew that this was only the start of a journey that would lead him to uncharted waters, where the ferryman's lessons would become his own, and the cycle of rites would continue, forever entwined with the river's eternal flow. Under a shroud of twilight, where the world wavers between light and darkness, exists a river that whispers secrets of the past. A river called Styx. The air crackles with tension as souls lost and seeking gather at its edge, their eyes filled with longing and fear. They stand at the threshold of the unknown, their hearts pounding like distant thunder, awaiting the arrival of a figure cloaked in mystery and shadow. This figure is Charon, the ferryman, the gatekeeper of the Underworld, who holds the key to what lies beyond life. Charon, an ancient being sculpted by the hands of time, exudes an aura both unsettling and powerful. His pale, gaunt face is framed by hair as dark as the night sky, eyes that reflect the stillness of forgotten stars. He's not merely a ferryman, but a guide through the inescapable passage that each soul must navigate. With his boat, weathered by countless journeys across the Styx, he embodies the threshold between existence and the afterlife, evoking both reverence and dread in those who seek passage. The souls inch closer, each one grappling with their own memories, echoes of laughter, whispers of love, and the sharp sting of regret. They know that crossing the water means leaving everything behind, yet the pull is irresistible. They crave closure, an understanding of their existence, and perhaps a chance for redemption. Charon stands firm, his presence a reminder that the journey is not one to be taken lightly. The weight of their pass hangs heavy in the air, and the silence is punctuated only by the gentle lapping of water against the boat. In initiation myths, Charon represents more than just a passage. He embodies the transformation that all must undergo. Each soul, as they step onto the creaking wood of his vessel, undergoes a metamorphosis, a shedding of their former selves. They are not merely crossing a river. They are leaving behind their identities, their fears, and their earthly ties. In those moments, hope mingles with anxiety, for the journey into the unknown ignites a spark of courage deep within. This is the moment where life transforms into something greater, something mystical. As the boat glides across the murky waters, the world behind them fades into a blur. The souls look back one last time, a collective gasp rising from their throats as they witness the flickering lights of their former lives dimming into the distance. Charon's steady gaze does not falter. He knows the path ahead is fraught with uncertainty and revelation. Each soul must confront the shadows of their own making, the choices that define their time on Earth. The journey is not one of escape, but of facing the truths they have long buried. In the myths that have woven through history, Charon's presence serves as a potent reminder of the cycles of life and death. Initiation into the afterlife is steeped in symbolism. The act of crossing the Styx is not merely physical, it is a rite of passage, a catharsis that enables souls to confront their past and reassess their destinies. The moment they breathe in the stale air of Charon's boat, they begin to understand that death is not an end, but a transition, a necessary step towards renewal. As the boat drifts further into the shadows, the atmosphere thickens with anticipation. The souls begin to share their stories, their voices rising in a haunting melody of sorrow and hope. Each tale is a thread in the intricate tapestry of existence, a testament to the human experience, the joy of love, the pain of loss, the struggle for redemption. Charon listens, his expression inscrutable, yet there is a flicker of empathy in his eyes. He has carried countless souls before them, each with their burdens, yet the weight of their experiences never diminishes. Suddenly, a tremor courses through the air, the water rippling with an unearthly energy. It is a reminder that the journey is not just about the individual. It is a collective experience, a passage shared by all who have walked the earth. The souls, now united in their plight, forge an unbreakable bond as they venture deeper into the unknown. Together, they that share not only the fear of what lies ahead, but also the hope of finding peace. The river carries them toward a fog that clings to the air like a long-lost friend. Charon pushes the boat onward, unyielding and strong. There is a peculiar comfort in his presence, a promise that each soul will reach their destination, no matter how daunting the path. He is the silent witness to their transformation, the guardian of their secrets, and the architect of their fates. With every stroke of his oar, he navigates the currents of their fears, guiding them toward understanding and acceptance. In the stillness, a profound realization dawns upon them. The act of crossing the Styx is not solely about death. It is about shedding the weight of the past and embracing the infinite possibilities of what lies ahead. Charon, with his unwavering gaze, becomes a mirror reflecting their innermost selves, fears, regrets, aspirations, all laid bare before the roiling mist. Each soul begins to shed the shackles that bind them, the anxieties that cloud their vision, as they inch closer to the shores of the afterlife. As the fog begins to part, revealing glimmers of light beyond, an electric energy fills the air. The souls hold their breath in wonder, for they sense that this is not merely an end, but the beginning of something extraordinary. They are on the cusp of enlightenment, on the brink of liberation. Charon, ever the stoic guide, remains resolute, his expression revealing nothing, yet somehow communicating everything. The journey does not conclude here. It spirals into new realms of understanding, into the depths of existence itself. The boat glides ever onward, and in that moment, a clarion call echoes through the air, a call to embrace the unknown. The souls, once trembling and uncertain, now steel themselves with newfound resolve. They are no longer mere shadows on the water. They are warriors of their own narratives, ready to face whatever awaits on the other side. Charon's steady presence reassures them as they surge forward, hearts pounding in unison, emotions running high. And as they draw closer to the horizon, a place where light and dark entwine, their stories interlace in a powerful tapestry of hope, transformation, and eternal connection. Bound by the shared experience of crossing the Styx, they are no longer alone. They are united in their quest for understanding, propelled by a force that transcends the boundaries of life and death, ready to step into the embrace of what lies ahead. A cold wind swept across the dim shores of the river Styx, whispering secrets of a world beyond mortal comprehension. Charon, the ancient ferryman, stood at the helm of his weathered boat, the shadows of countless souls trailing behind him like wisps of forgotten dreams. His eyes, sunken and eternal, reflected the weight of humanity's deepest fears, mortality. Every soul that approached him carried with it the essence of a life lived, the choices made, the loves lost, and the regrets that chained them like anchors to the past. With each passing figure, Charon felt a shiver of recognition, the distant echo of laughter, the fading warmth of a child's embrace, the last breaths filled with unspoken words. All swirled around him as he prepared to transport them to the other side. Each soul was a story, a tapestry woven from the threads of joy and sorrow, illuminating the profound nature of existence itself. Yet beneath the surface of this ethereal river lay a chilling truth: the fleeting nature of life, the inevitability of death, and the ethical burden carried by those who chose to live. As he ferried souls across, he pondered the philosophers who debated the meaning of mortality, their words echoing in the silence of the dark waters. Socrates, with his unquenchable thirst for knowledge, believed that true wisdom came from understanding the limits of life. His voice danced on the air, encouraging souls to confront their mortality with courage. Did they heed his words? Did they embrace the truth he spoke? Or did they cling to the illusions of invincibility that youth so often fosters? Plato, too, lingered in the shadows, a ghost of ideas that pondered the nature of the afterlife. The allegory of the cave flickered through Charon's mind, a vision of souls bound by chains of ignorance, unable to see the reality beyond their narrow perspectives. How many had arrived at the river, only to find themselves trapped in the echoes of their own lives, blinded by the light of truth that awaited them on the other side. It was in these moments of reflection that the weight of Charon's duty pressed down upon him. He was not merely a ferryman, he was a custodian of humanity's fears and desires. Each soul was a fragment of a greater tapestry, their stories interwoven with the fabric of time. Yet, as he guided them to their final destination, he grappled with the ethics of his role. What right had he to shepherd them into the unknown? Did he serve justice or mere fate? He recalled tales whispered in the night, stories of those who had tried to evade their destiny. Orpheus, the tragic lover who descended into the underworld, his heart heavy with grief, attempted to reclaim his beloved Eurydice, Charon had stood silently as the musician strummed his last notes, a melody that resonated with the deepest fears of all who sought to alter the course of fate. The haunting echoes of Orpheus's song reminded Charon of the futility of escaping mortality, a reality that was as inescapable as the river's current. The river that flowed beneath him was not just water, it was a reflection of life itself, ebbing and flowing, bringing forth new lives even as it carried the old away. Charon felt the weight of the world's collective grief upon him, a reminder that every soul he ferried was a testament to the beauty and fragility of life. He watched as a mother, her heart shattered, stepped onto his vessel. In her eyes he saw the remnants of laughter shared, moments stolen by the cruel hand of fate. As she crossed the river, he sensed her struggle, an internal battle between acceptance and despair. But it was not just sorrow that filled the air. Joy and hope lingered too. The young lovers, hands entwined, approached the edge of the shore, their laughter a melody that danced above the dark waters. Their love was a powerful force, a reminder of life's fleeting beauty. Charon felt their energy, their dreams intertwined with the essence of the universe, and for a moment he longed to be part of that vibrancy. Could he, a mere ferryman, ever truly understand the depths of love and loss? As he ferried them across, he thought of the Stoics, who embraced the impermanence of life with grace. They taught that the only true freedom lay in accepting the inevitability of death, that to live fully was to acknowledge the fleeting nature of existence. Charon felt a flicker of hope igniting in his chest. Perhaps there was beauty in this uncertainty, a lesson to be gleaned from every soul that passed through his hands. But then, the river began to churn, the waters darkening with turmoil. A fierce wind howled, carrying with it the anguished cries of souls lost between worlds. Charon's heart raced as he glimpsed the figure of a man, disheveled and frantic, pushing his way through the throng. It was a figure he recognized, a warrior fallen in battle, yet not ready to face the end. "What is this place?" the man shouted, eyes wide with terror. "I cannot go. I have unfinished business." Charon felt the intensity of his despair ripple through the air. This was the very essence of mortality, the struggle against the finality of life. It was a moment that transcended time, a testament to humanity's eternal hope against the inevitability of fate. The tension hung thick like mist over the river, and in that moment, Charon understood the weight of his task like never before. He locked eyes with the warrior, a connection forged in the fires of shared humanity. The stories they carried, the burdens they bore, intertwined like the currents of the Styx. Charon could feel the warrior's longing, his refusal to accept death's embrace. Yet, he was merely an observer, a guide through the shadows, forced to confront the very truths that haunted those who sought his service. As the warrior's gaze bore into him, Charon felt a surge of emotion, a blend of empathy, sorrow, and understanding. Perhaps mortality was not just an end, but a beginning, a chance to reflect on the choices made, the loves cherished, and the legacies left behind. The river surged violently, the darkness pulsing with a life of its own, echoing the tumult of human emotion. And in that electric moment, the past and present collided. Charon stood at the crossroads of mortality and existence, teetering on the edge of destiny as the currents of time whirled around him. Would he lead the warrior to the shores of acceptance, or would he too be swept away by the relentless tide of life's unyielding truths? The answers danced just beyond reach, suspended in the air like the shimmering reflections on the water's surface, beckoning him forward into the depths of an uncharted abyss. In the dim light of a flickering candle, a figure stands at the edge of a river, staring into the dark, swirling waters. The night is thick with whispers of the past, and the air carries the weight of countless souls who have crossed this very threshold. This is Charon, the ancient ferryman of the Underworld, waiting patiently for the next soul to pay his fare, a coin pressed firmly in their hand, a symbol of their passage from one realm to another. The river, like life itself, is fraught with uncertainty, beckoning yet terrifying, a reminder that every ending is just a beginning in disguise. As the moon hangs low in the midnight sky, its light reflects off the water's surface, creating dancing shadows that tell stories of love, loss, and transformation. Each ripple in the river mimics the flow of time, reminding those who dare to listen that life is an ever-changing tapestry of experiences. Charon, with his weathered face and sorrowful eyes, embodies the essence of transition. He is both guide and guardian, a reminder that every soul must face their own journey. In ancient Greece, Charon was not just a ferryman, he was a necessary figure in the cycle of existence. The coin, or obol, placed under the tongue of the deceased was a crucial offering for safe passage. Without it, they were said to wander the shores of the river for eternity, lost between worlds, much like those who fear the change that life inevitably brings. This concept resonates across cultures and eras, echoing the profound truth that every journey, be it from life to death or from one stage of life to another, requires courage and a willingness to let go. Consider the story of a young warrior named Lysander who once stood at the mouth of the river, clutching his obol, heart racing with anticipation. He had faced countless battles, yet now, as he gazed into the depths, he felt a different kind of fear, one that had nothing to do with swords or shields. It was the fear of stepping into the unknown, of leaving behind everything he had ever known. The river called to him, its voice a soft murmur, promising adventure and discovery. Yet the thought of losing his past weighed heavy on his heart. With each heartbeat, memories flooded his mind. His mother's gentle laughter, the warmth of friends gathered around a fire, the thrill of victory, and the sting of defeat. Each moment was a precious gem, glinting in the tapestry of his life, and he hesitated, unsure if he was ready to let them go. But Charon stood silently, his presence a steady reminder that time does not wait, and the river does not pause for those unwilling to cross. As Lysander took a step forward, he felt a shiver travel down his spine, a surge of emotions he couldn't quite grasp. It was as if the river itself had wrapped around him, pulling him into its depths, whispering promises of transformation. He closed his eyes, surrendering to the moment, and the world around him blurred into a haze. With a deep breath, he clutched the coin tighter, feeling its cool metal against his palm. It was a tiny token, yet it held everything he would ever need for the passage ahead. Charon's eyes sparkled with knowing as he reached out a gnarled hand. The warrior stepped aboard the small boat, feeling the wood creak beneath his feet, a sound that resonated with the weight of countless souls who had traveled this path before him. The river surged, dark and unforgiving, yet filled with the promise of new beginnings. In that moment, the air thickened with tension, and the boat glided forward, slicing through the water like a knife through flesh. Lysander felt the power of the river beneath him, a force of nature that demanded respect and reverence. The current swirled around them, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce, mirroring the unpredictable nature of life itself. With each stroke of the oars, Charon transformed from a mere guide into a wise teacher, embodying the truths of existence. Transition is not merely an act, it is an experience laden with emotion. The river became a metaphor for the trials one faces when stepping into the unknown. It is the sensation of standing at the edge of a great precipice, breathless, heart racing, as the world seems to expand and contract in a single heartbeat. Each person who approaches Charon's boat carries their own stories, burdens and hopes, entwined in the fabric of their being, waiting to be unraveled in the passage. As they journeyed deeper into the dark waters, the flickering glow of memories danced at the corners of Lysander's vision. Faces of those he loved appeared, a soft reminder that he was not alone. Every soul possesses a unique narrative, each journey revealing layers of strength, vulnerability, and resilience. Charon may be the guide, but it is the individual who must confront their own heart, grappling with the fears and dreams that lie dormant within. With each passing moment, the darkness of the river transformed into a canvas of possibilities. The shadows began to shift, revealing glimpses of light that hinted at the beauty waiting beyond the horizon. It was as if the journey itself was not just about embracing the end, but also about awakening to the joys of new beginnings. Lysander's heart swelled with hope as he realized that every soul crossing the river has the chance to reshape their destiny, to find meaning in the chaos of change. And yet, the river is not without its trials. It can be turbulent and fierce, tossing its passengers between waves of despair and moments of clarity. It demands an acceptance of loss, for every transition is steeped in sacrifice. Charon knows this better than anyone. He has witnessed the pain of those who cling to their past, unwilling to surrender to the flow of life. His eyes, filled with centuries of wisdom, speak volumes in silence, reminding all who venture forth that the journey must continue, even through the darkest nights. As the boat glided toward an unseen destination, a whisper of wind swept across the surface of the water, carrying with it the echoes of those who had traveled before. Each whisper seemed to call out to Lysander, urging him to embrace the unknown, to trust in the journey ahead. There was beauty in the uncertainty, a flicker of hope that ignited within him. He was not just crossing a river, he was stepping into a new chapter of his existence, a blank page waiting to be filled with experiences yet to come. The air crackled with tension and energy, a palpable reminder that change is both thrilling and terrifying. Charon, with his steady hands on the oars, guided the way with an unwavering resolve, a beacon of hope in the midst of darkness. The figures of lost souls swirled around them, each one a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, echoing the truth that every transition, no matter how daunting, is a step toward growth and self-discovery. As they approached the far shore, a new horizon began to emerge, painted with the colors of dawn. The river, once a symbol of fear, transformed into a pathway of change, illuminated by the promise of new beginnings. With every stroke of the oars, the tension rose, and Lysander felt the weight of his past lifting, replaced by the exhilarating rush of possibility. And so, as Charon guided the boat toward the edge of the river, the waters churned with anticipation, a reminder that every ending is indeed a beginning, waiting to be embraced. The journey was far from over. It was only just beginning, a cycle of life that continues to flow, a testament to the strength of the human spirit in the face of the unknown. In the dim light of the ancient underworld, shadows danced around Charon, the stoic ferryman, as he stood by the banks of the river Styx. His weathered face bore the weight of countless souls, each echoing their fears and hopes as they approached the threshold of eternity. With a lantern flickering by his side, illuminating the winding path of fate, he awaited those who would pay the toll for passage. A single coin, a small price for the journey that lay ahead. The coin, often depicted as an obol, held more than mere monetary value. It was a symbol laden with significance. For many, it was the final offering to ensure a safe crossing, a last act of love or duty. Each soul carried their own token, be it a memory of a loved one or a final farewell. Clutched tightly in trembling hands, these coins represented the weight of their lives, the joys, the regrets, and the unfinished business left behind. Charon's boat, a creaking vessel of aged wood, seemed alive, its very fibers pulsing with the stories it had carried. Each time it rocked gently with the flow of the Styx, it whispered the tales of those who had ventured before, warriors who had faced death without flinching, mothers who had sacrificed everything for their children, and the weary souls who had simply lost their way. The river itself was a living entity, flowing with the essence of life and death, echoing the cries of the departed. As Charon prepared for the next crossing, he glanced at the heavy veil of mist that hugged the water's surface. It twisted and curled, revealing glimpses of those who lingered, a haunting reminder of unfinished lives. His heart, though hardened over centuries, felt the familiar tug of sorrow. Each arrival was a reminder that life was fleeting, a tragic ballet where every note played was a final goodbye. In the distance, the flickering lights of the Elysian fields beckoned, a place of solace and joy, reserved for the virtuous. Yet, the path to this paradise was fraught with trials. Souls who stumbled onto Charon's shore could not escape the weight of their actions. They bore the marks of their choices, visible in the shadows that clung to them, a manifestation of regrets. How often had Charon witnessed the desperation in their eyes, the frantic search for redemption as they approached him? A sudden rustle broke the silence, and a figure emerged from the mist, a young woman, her eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. She clutched her coin tightly, knuckles white as she stepped forward, the cold mist swirling around her feet. Charon studied her with a gaze that had seen too much. Her story was still fresh, still raw. She had come too soon, her life cut short by a tragic twist of fate. "Will you take me across?" she whispered, her voice trembling as she fought against the weight of despair that threatened to drown her in sorrow. Charon's heart ached as he nodded solemnly, reaching for the outstretched hand that offered the coin. In that moment, he felt the pulsing energy of her life, the dreams unfulfilled, and the laughter that echoed in her memory. This coin was not just a fare, it was a heart's desire, a plea for understanding and solace. As she stepped into the boat, the shadows enveloped her, whispering secrets of her past and the choices that had led her here. With a powerful stroke, Charon propelled the boat forward, cutting through the silence of the Styx. The waters churned beneath them, each ripple a reminder of the lives left behind. As they glided along, Charon could sense her anxiety. She searched the waters for signs of what lay ahead, her thoughts swirling like the mist around them. "Is it true?" she finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Will I find peace on the other side?" Charon's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, where the faint outlines of destinations blurred into the unknown. He had always believed that peace was not merely a place, but a state of being, a coming to terms with one's life. "It is not where you go, but how you let go," he replied, his voice steady and calm. "The Elysian fields await those who have made peace with their past." As they floated further, the shadows began to lift, revealing the swirling patterns of other souls in the waters beneath them. Charon could feel their presence, a collective longing for resolution. Each soul bore its own burdens, stories intertwining like threads in a grand tapestry, a tapestry of love, loss, and redemption. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the Styx, shaking the very foundation of their journey. Charon's heart raced as he steered the boat with urgency. Dark figures rose from the depths, tortured spirits clawing at the surface, their wails mingling with the rushing waters. They were the lost, the ones who had denied their truths. And in that moment, Charon felt the weight of his own burdens. A silent guardian of the souls, he too carried the echoes of their cries. "Stay close," he bellowed over the chaos, anchoring the boat against the tide of despair. The young woman's eyes widened in terror, but Charon's firm grip on the oar steadied her. He had faced these shadows countless times, witnessing their relentless struggle against the inevitable. His heart ached for them, for he understood that they were not merely lost, but trapped in their own choices, unable to find solace. With a final surge of strength, Charon maneuvered the boat away from the chaos, guiding it toward a shimmering light that pierced the darkness. The air grew warmer, filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers and the sound of laughter that resonated like a distant melody. The Elysian fields awaited, a sanctuary for those who had learned to embrace their past. As they drew closer, the young woman's fear began to fade, replaced by a glimmer of hope. Charon could see the flicker of memories in her eyes, the laughter of friends and family rushing back like a tide. He understood that she was beginning to see not just a destination, but the essence of her life, the love that anchored her, the dreams that still danced within her. "Remember," he said quietly, the boat gliding toward the edge of eternity, "each soul you encounter will hold a piece of your own story. Embrace them, for they are part of your journey." In that fleeting moment, as they approached the shore of the Elysian fields, Charon felt the weight of his own centuries of service. Each crossing was not merely a passage for others, but a reminder of his eternal duty to guide, to bear witness, and to honor the stories of those who had come before. The river flowed steadily, the mist began to clear, and the souls in the waters whispered their gratitude, a chorus of lives intertwined, forever bound by the choices they had made. The world awaited, and the cycles of life and death continued, an unending tale written in the stars above. In a shadowy corner of the underworld, the air thickens with anticipation, as if the very fabric of reality bends beneath the weight of countless souls. Charon, the ancient ferryman of the dead, stands resolutely by his river, the Styx, his eyes like black holes drawing in the light of the living. Clad in tattered robes that flutter like whispers in the wind, he holds his oar, a symbol of passage and fate, as the echoes of the departed drift around him. This haunting figure has danced in the shadows of literature, art, and film, evolving through the ages, yet always retaining that eerie grip on the imagination. Long before the modern world rushed to define him, Charon was a solemn figure in the myths of ancient Greece. Daughters and sons, warriors and poets, all whispered his name, recounting stories of his unmoving face and the shrouded boat that glided silently across the murky waters. He was more than just a ferryman, he was a guardian of the threshold between life and death. His presence evoked both fear and respect, a reminder of mortality lurking in every heart. As centuries unfurled, Charon's image began to shift like the currents of the Styx. The Renaissance saw a rekindling of interest in classical mythology, and artists began to depict him not only as a grim figure, but as a tragic one, burdened with the weight of lost souls. In paintings, Charon became a vessel of sorrow, his oar now a symbol of both duty and despair. The brushstrokes captured the essence of a being eternally caught between worlds, a reflection of humanity's struggle with its own mortality. In the literary world, the shadows of Charon stretched further into the imagination. The likes of Dante Alighieri immortalized him in the Divine Comedy, where he became a harbinger of damnation's toll. Dante's portrayal was not merely a retelling of myth, but an exploration of justice, sin, and redemption. Charon's refusal to ferry the unburied souls struck a chord, echoing through time as a reminder of the importance of honor and respect in life. Readers felt his refusal like a cold shiver, a reminder that every action has consequences that ripple into the afterlife. As the ages rolled on, the Industrial Revolution brought forth a new era, one of machines and mechanization. The romanticized visions of Charon began to clash with a more cynical view of existence. In literature and popular media, he transformed into a more complex character, often portrayed as a reluctant guide, burdened by an immense weight he could neither escape nor alleviate. His role evolved, reflecting humanity's growing anxiety about progress and the inevitable decline of traditional values. Charon became less a figure of terror and more one of tragic inevitability. A chilling thought crept in. What if the one who guided the dead was himself lost? The 20th century, with its tumult and existential pondering, saw Charon enter the realm of film and graphic novels. The chilling echoes of his awe resonated within the frames of noir films, where he was often cast as a mysterious figure lurking at the edges of dark alleys, guiding lost souls in a world dominated by shadows. He became a symbol not just of death, but of the choices that led to it. In such narratives, the ferry across the Styx morphed into a metaphorical journey, where every character faced their reckoning, every decision leading them closer to the edge of that fateful river. With the dawn of the digital age, Charon's influence seeped into video games, where he became a multifaceted character, a guide and a foe. Players encountered him as a guardian of secrets, a keeper of the keys to the afterlife. Here, he was no longer just a ferryman, he was a lesson, a challenge to overcome, a reminder that life is an adventure full of choices that can ultimately lead to one's end. The screens flickered with his image, pulling players deeper into a world where their actions mattered, where the consequences of their decisions echoed like the ripples on the surface of the Styx. And yet, even as Charon became a staple of contemporary culture, threads of the original mythology can still be seen. In movies, his character continues to balance the line between dread and empathy, the mysterious ferryman who feels burdened by the weight of each soul he guides. He remains a figure of complexity, with a depth that draws audiences in, making them ponder their own mortality and the choices that shape their lives. In young adult novels, Charon has morphed yet again, often portrayed as a misunderstood anti-hero. He is no longer just a cruel figure delivering punishments, but a guardian, a protector, a being who understands the fragility of life. His character becomes a vessel for themes of redemption, forgiveness, and hope. Readers find themselves rooting for him, feeling a bond with this once terrifying figure, who navigates the tumultuous waters of human existence with grace and sorrow. As the cultural landscape shifts, Charon remains an indelible mark on the psyche of humanity, echoing the oldest fears and hopes. The imagery of his boat gliding silently through the fog, the whispers of lost souls carried on the evening breeze, creates a chilling yet beautiful contrast to the vibrancy of life. He is a constant reminder of the fragility of existence, the thin line between life and the great unknown that lies beyond. Even now, as the stories evolve and reinterpretations abound, a lingering question remains. How does one navigate their own journey through life when faced with the inevitability of death? Charon, whether seen as a guide, a guardian, or a figure of tragedy, holds the answers in the silence of his gaze, waiting for the next soul to approach the banks of the Styx. Each tale reshapes his character, layering emotions upon emotions, but at the core, he remains a steadfast reminder of what lies ahead, a figure ensconced in both darkness and light, urging humanity to ponder the deepest mysteries of existence. A shadowy figure stands at the edge of a mist-laden river, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and an unsettling hush that blankets the world. Clad in a weathered cloak, the ferryman grips his oar, gazing across the dark waters that seem to whisper secrets of those who have crossed before. This is no ordinary man. He embodies a timeless role, a bridge between worlds, guiding souls through uncertainty and despair. The ferryman serves as a haunting reminder of life's inevitable transitions, a potent archetype that resonates within the human psyche. In ancient Greek mythology, Charon, the ferryman of the Underworld, was tasked with transporting the deceased across the river Styx. His presence was shrouded in an eerie stillness, emphasizing the gravity of his role. Those who could not pay the toll of a single obol were left to wander the banks eternally, a fate far worse than death itself. This vivid imagery creates an unsettling connection to the fear of being left behind, of not finding one's place in the cycle of life and death. Historically, the figure of the ferryman appears in various cultures, each iteration reflecting a common thread of fear, hope, and the unknown. In Celtic mythology, the river often symbolizes a barrier between worlds, where the ferryman becomes a guardian of thresholds. He is a silent witness to the stories of countless souls, each with their own burdens, desires, and regrets. The psychology of the ferryman encapsulates our collective anxieties, highlighting the struggle of navigating through chaos and finding solace in uncertainty. As the ferryman navigates the swirling waters, the rhythmic splash of his oar resembles a heartbeat, a pulse that resonates with the essence of life and death. This duality evokes visceral emotions, stirring deep within the souls of those who ponder their own mortality. A sense of dread mingles with the comfort of knowing that change is constant. The ferryman is both a harbinger of endings and a beacon of new beginnings. Every soul he ferries carries a weight, a story waiting to be told, and for each crossing, the ferryman becomes the silent custodian of those tales. His eyes, dark and fathomless, reflect the anguish of those who cling to life while being beckoned by the sweet call of the unknown. The psychological burden he bears is immense, for he is not merely a transporter of souls, but a mirror reflecting our deepest fears and desires. He reminds us of the choices we make and the paths we must take, often shrouded in ambiguity. The oar he wields is both a tool and a weapon. It can part the waters of despair or plunge into the depths of sorrow, depending on how one perceives their journey. Throughout history, ferrymen have represented resilience amidst turmoil. In the tales of the River Thames, the ferryman was often depicted as a figure of transformation, guiding lost souls toward newfound hope. He lived by the river's edge, a silent sentinel, observing the ebb and flow of life. His story intertwines with those of the restless souls who sought his guidance, each encounter a lesson in acceptance and surrender. The ferryman's journey is a reflection of human existence, filled with moments of clarity interspersed with the haunting echoes of regret. Every crossing serves as a reminder of the choices that shape our lives. The ferryman, in his quiet wisdom, urges us to confront our fears, to embrace the uncomfortable spaces that lie between what we know and what we yearn to understand. He is a catalyst for awakening, nudging us to acknowledge the parts of ourselves we often hide away. The depths of the river symbolize our subconscious, where our most profound emotions lie dormant, waiting for the moment of reckoning. As the ferryman rows his boat, the whispers of the souls he has transported linger in the air, weaving a tapestry of shared experiences. Each soul carries a fragment of his spirit, their stories forever intertwined. The sorrowful sighs of the departed mingle with the gentle lap of the water, creating a symphony of longing and release. The ferryman stands as a testament to the beauty of connection, reminding us that we are never truly alone in our struggles. With every passing moment, the weight of the ferryman's burden becomes heavier. He understands the fragility of life, the fleeting nature of existence, yet within that heaviness lies a profound sense of purpose. He is the pivot point of transformation, guiding souls through the darkness and into the light. The fear of the unknown is palpable, yet it is through this very fear that we find the strength to confront our demons, to rise above the tide of despair. As the boat glides silently over the water, memories of the past begin to surface. The ferryman's heart aches for those he has seen slip away, their stories becoming ghostly echoes that linger in the ether. He bears witness to their triumphs and tribulations, their laughter and their sorrow. It is a heavy mantle to carry, yet it is one he wears with an unyielding grace, understanding that each crossing is a vital thread in the fabric of existence. The night deepens, and the river transforms into a mirror reflecting the stars, a reminder that beyond the darkness lies infinite possibility. The ferryman gazes into the depths, feeling the pulse of the cosmos resonating with his own. He knows that every soul he carries is a flicker of light, each one a unique spark illuminating the path ahead. The waters may be treacherous, but they also hold the promise of rebirth. So, the ferryman continues his eternal task, the embodiment of an ancient truth, that every end is but a new beginning, and every journey, no matter how daunting, leads us to a deeper understanding of ourselves. Life's currents may be unpredictable, but the ferryman remains steadfast, guiding us gently through the chaos, urging us to embrace the unknown, reminding us that we have the power to rewrite our own stories, one crossing at a time. A distant echo of a forgotten song drifts through the air, weaving itself into the fabric of time. The melody pulls at the heartstrings of all who hear it, a reminder of what has been lost and what still lingers. Charon, the mythical ferryman of the underworld, stands ready at the banks of the river Styx, waiting for the souls of the departed. His presence is not merely a figment of ancient Greek lore. It is a haunting reflection of humanity's eternal dance with death, a symbol that has carved itself into the collective memory of our existence. For thousands of years, Charon has been more than just a name in a story. He embodies the fear and curiosity surrounding mortality, a figure that personifies the passage from life to whatever awaits beyond. Ancient Greeks, in their reverence for the dead, believed that without payment for his services, a soul would wander the shores of the Styx for eternity, lost and forsaken. This simple idea sparked rituals and practices that defined an entire culture. The placement of coins over the eyes of the deceased was not just superstition. It was a gesture of love, a hope that their loved ones would not be left to wander in darkness. The ancient poets sang of Charon, their verses steeped in emotion. To read their words was to stare into the abyss, to confront the reality of one's own mortality. As the stories spread, so did the understanding that Charon was not just a ferryman, he was a guide, a necessary companion for those embarking on the ultimate journey. His image became a powerful symbol, crossing borders and centuries, shaping the ways people viewed death and the afterlife. In the bustling marketplaces of Athens, where the scent of spices mingled with the chatter of citizens, tales of Charon often sparked lively discussions. Philosophers and common folk alike would debate the nature of the soul. Was it immortal? Did it carry the weight of its earthly deeds? In those moments, Charon transformed from a mere character into a vessel of hope and despair, a bridge between life and the unknown. As centuries passed, the memory of Charon seeped into other cultures, evolving yet remaining familiar. In the shadows of the Roman Empire, he found new life in the stories of Virgil and Ovid. The ferryman became a metaphor in literature, embodying the struggle between life and death. People began to view him not only as a figure of dread, but as one of inevitability and acceptance. The myth of Charon began to resonate on a deeper level, transcending borders and uniting diverse cultures in a shared understanding of the human experience. In the Middle Ages, amid the flickering candlelight of dimly lit churches, Charon's image took on a more ominous tone. The teachings of the church painted death as a final judgment, a reckoning that every soul must face. Charon became a symbol of fear, reminding the faithful of the consequences of a life poorly lived. Yet, even in this bleak portrayal, there was a glimmer of hope, a chance for redemption, a promise that one could still find peace on the other side. Art, too, felt the pull of Charon's legacy. Masterpieces began to adorn the walls of cathedrals and homes, depicting the iconic image of the ferryman guiding souls across the Styx. The haunting images stirred the souls of those who gazed upon them, igniting both fear and fascination. The brushstrokes captured the tension of the moment. The weight of the unseen journey loomed large, creating goosebumps on the skin of the viewer. Charon's presence in art became a reminder of the fragility of life, a reflection of the dark yet beautiful interplay between existence and the void. In the modern era, as humanity embraced science and reason, the stories of Charon adapted yet again. No longer were they just tales of the afterlife. They became explorations of the human condition itself. The fear of death morphed into existential questions, and the figure of Charon became a philosophical touchstone. Writers and thinkers grappled with what it meant to live a meaningful life in the shadow of inevitable death. Charon stood as a reminder that every choice has weight, every moment counts. As the world spins on, Charon's place in the collective memory of humanity continues to evolve. He remains a constant figure, a haunting reminder that every story ends and every soul must cross that final threshold. In the quiet moments when the world seems to hold its breath, Charon's ethereal presence slips into the minds of those contemplating life's deeper mysteries. His story echoes in the laughter of children, the tears of the grieving, and the whispers of the wise. Yet, amid the reverberations of his legacy, a question lingers, waiting for answers that may never come. What lies beyond the Styx? Is it peace, chaos, or something entirely different? Every culture has its own interpretation, each steeped in the emotions and beliefs of its people. Charon's role becomes both a comfort and a challenge, urging humanity to confront the unknown, to face the unthinkable, with a mixture of dread and curiosity. The story continues, a thread woven through the tapestry of our existence. Charon's influence whispers through the pages of history, reminding all who listen that while death may be the end of one journey, it is perhaps merely the beginning of another. In the soft rustle of leaves, in the silence of a starry night, his essence lingers, inviting contemplation and stirring emotions. As the ferryman waits at the banks of the Styx, the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth looms ever closer, binding humanity in a shared dance with mortality. The echoes of his presence call out, urging the living to remember, to reflect, and ultimately, to embrace the inevitable passage of time. In the shadows of history, where the echoes of life and death intertwine, Charon stands as a haunting figure, his presence a bridge between worlds, an eternal ferryman guiding souls across the dark waters of the Styx. Artists through the ages, captivated by his chilling yet compelling story, have woven their interpretations into the very fabric of art movements. From the grandeur of the Baroque to the dreamlike landscapes of Surrealism, Charon's influence resonates, stirring emotions that linger long after the brush has left the canvas. In the Baroque era, Charon emerged not just as a figure of death, but as an embodiment of dramatic tension. Artists like Nicolas Poussin captured his essence in works that pulsed with life's fragility. Poussin's The Death of Sardanapalus introduced a chaotic crescendo where the very air seems to vibrate with despair. Here, Charon is not merely a ferryman, he is a cosmic force, his boat a vessel of lament for the lost. The swirling fabrics and anguished expressions pulse with energy, a reminder that each life is but a fleeting moment before the inevitable journey across the Styx. Viewers, entranced by the emotional turmoil, could feel their hearts race, caught in the throes of a drama that mirrored their own existential fears. Caravaggio's dark, brooding style adds another layer. His Charon is seen in The Supper at Emmaus, where the divine intersects with the mortal. Light spills across a shadowy landscape, illuminating the moment of recognition, a brief spark of hope before the inevitable embrace of death. Charon, lurking just out of focus, serves as a reminder of life's transience. The tension in Caravaggio's work invites viewers to confront the darkness within themselves, creating a visceral connection to the themes of mortality and salvation. As the Baroque era ebbed and flowed, the neoclassical period emerged, casting a different light on Charon's complex character. Artists like Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres reimagined him in a context of nobility and stoicism. Ingres' depictions are suffused with a sense of order and rationality, yet there remains an undercurrent of melancholy. Charon becomes a symbol of fate, his boat a serene passage into the unknown. The tension lies not in chaos, but in the quiet acceptance of mortality. In these canvases, viewers find themselves caught in a reflective moment, pondering the weight of their own lives against the backdrop of eternity. The Romantic movement, with its emphasis on individual emotion and the sublime, reignited Charon's more tumultuous aspects. In the works of Gustave Moreau, Charon transforms into a figure of dark allure, drawing souls into an abyss that seems both terrifying and beautiful. Moreau's fantastical imagery captures the essence of yearning and despair, where the viewer feels the tug of the unseen world. As they gaze upon his canvases, hearts race with the thrill of the unknown, the brushstrokes evoking goosebumps as they brush against the truth of their own mortality. With the dawn of the 20th century, the surrealists pushed the boundaries of reality, allowing Charon to slip into the subconscious mind. Salvador Dali's dream caused by the flight of a bee, around a pomegranate a second before awakening, challenges perceptions, blending dream and reality in a way that leaves viewers breathless. Charon is not just a ferryman here. He is a symbol of the illogical, the unpredictable twists of fate. The imagery is both disturbing and mesmerizing, a dance between fear and fascination. With every glance, viewers are drawn deeper into a world where logic unravels and the spirit of Charon pulses beneath the surface. And then there's Max Ernst, who, in his collage-style works, brings forth a Charon that is surreal and fragmented, embodying the disjointed nature of modern existence. His pieces evoke a sense of unease where the familiar becomes foreign, and the once clear path across the Styx becomes a labyrinth of emotion. The viewer is caught in a whirlwind of sensation, oscillating between comfort and dread, each layer revealing a new facet of Charon's complex identity. Throughout these movements, Charon's presence serves as a mirror reflecting humanity's collective fears and desires. Each brushstroke invites an emotional response, a connection to life's greatest mysteries. The artists, with their varied interpretations, compel viewers to confront their own mortality, forcing them to grapple with the inevitability of death and the ambiguity of the afterlife. The tension that builds in each painting pulls at the heartstrings, creating a visceral reaction that resonates on a deep level. Even as styles shift and evolve, Charon remains an indelible figure, haunting the edges of consciousness. His influence ripples through art, connecting the Baroque's dramatic fervor to Surrealism's dreamlike ambiguity. Each portrayal is a thread in the tapestry of existence, weaving together the emotions of longing, fear, and acceptance. As the narratives continue to unfold, the artist's brushes dance across the canvas, each stroke a heartbeat, each color a pulse of life. Charon stands at the intersection of all these emotions, a reminder that while the journey may be fraught with uncertainty, the call of the unknown is as irresistible as it is terrifying. In this exploration of human experience, the pain and beauty of life intertwine, creating an unbreakable bond between the viewer and the eternal ferryman. In every shaded corner of a gallery, in every fleeting glance at an evocative painting, Charon whispers secrets of what lies beyond. The emotions churn, the tension mounts, and the quest for understanding beckons, like the distant shores of another world. As the brush strokes merge into a fading light, the journey continues, an eternal dance between life and death, a story without end, forever compelling, forever entwined. In the dim light of an ancient world, where shadows danced beneath the flickering flames of torches, souls awaited their departure to the afterlife. The air was thick with a blend of fear and hope, as the living whispered tales of what lay beyond the veil of death. In the midst of this uncertainty stood Charon, the enigmatic ferryman of the underworld. With a face lined by the weight of countless journeys, and eyes that reflected the dark waters of the river Styx, he was both a guide and a guardian. Yet, his role extended far beyond ferrying the dead. He was a teacher in the somber school of death, imparting lessons that echoed through time. Charon's presence was both haunting and profound. Wrapped in a cloak of shadows, he held the oars that propelled the ferry across the treacherous waters, where the souls of the departed clung to memories, regrets, and unfinished business. Each crossing was a poignant reminder that life, with all its vibrancy, ended at this river, and it was Charon who ushered souls from one reality to the next. His role was vital. Without him, the journey to the afterlife would be fraught with confusion and despair. As the cold mist rolled off the water, Charon listened to the whispers of the souls. Each lament and sigh spoke of love lost, dreams unfulfilled, and the haunting question of existence. What happens after death? The souls were desperate for answers, and in their desperation, Charon taught them a critical lesson: the importance of acceptance. He understood that fear clouded judgment, and that each soul needed to confront their past before stepping into the unknown. On one fateful night, beneath a crescent moon that cast an eerie glow, Charon encountered a young man named Orpheus. With a heart heavy with grief for his beloved Eurydice, Orpheus made his way to the banks of the Styx, determined to bring her back. His song, filled with love and longing, pierced the stillness, and even the stones seemed to weep. Charon, unmoved by the melody, held firm to his duty. "You cannot change the course of fate," he intoned, his voice a mere whisper against the currents. Orpheus's desperation struck a chord within Charon, stirring memories of souls who had once clung to life with similar fervor. In that moment, he recognized the weight of human emotion and the lessons entwined within it. "Love is powerful," he said softly, "but so is the acceptance of loss." With that, he ferried Orpheus across the river, his heart heavy with the knowledge that some journeys must end for new beginnings to arise. Every soul that crossed the Styx bore a story, a lesson, a fragment of humanity that Charon carefully collected. He became a keeper of wisdom, understanding that death was not just an end, but a transition filled with teachings. The souls shared their regrets, their joys, and their revelations about life. Charon listened intently, each tale a thread woven into the fabric of his being. He learned that many lived enslaved to their past, unable to let go, and that this bondage was a form of suffering in itself. As he ferried one soul after another, he felt the weight of their experiences settle in his chest. A soldier lamenting the battles fought in vain, a mother mourning a child lost too soon, an artist whose unfulfilled dreams echoed through the silence. All imparted lessons of resilience, forgiveness, and the essence of love. Charon began to understand the delicate balance between life and death, the thin veil that separates the two worlds. In the depths of his heart, Charon realized that his role was not merely to transport the dead, but to educate the living. He became a bridge between worlds, a reminder that life was fleeting and every moment mattered. The souls he ferried served as messengers, their stories urging the living to embrace their lives fully, to cherish every fleeting second, to seek connection, and to find peace within themselves. On a particularly stormy night, as thunder rumbled and lightning split the sky, Charon faced a tempestuous crossing. A soul, racked with rage and despair, refused to board his vessel. "Why should I leave this world?" she cried, her voice a blend of fury and pain. "It has wronged me. I want to fight." With a calmness that belied the chaos around them, Charon responded, "Fighting does not bring peace. It binds you to your suffering." His words hung in the air, heavy with truth. It was a moment of reckoning for the soul, a bitter pill to swallow, but a necessary lesson in the art of letting go. As the storm raged, Charon guided her onto the boat, knowing that acceptance was the first step toward healing. And so the river flowed, carrying Charon through the ages, each crossing a testament to the lessons learned from those who had passed. He became a silent observer of humanity's trials and tribulations, eternally bound to the souls that sought his guidance. As the waters swirled around him, he pondered the timeless nature of life and death. With every soul that stepped onto his ferry, Charon inched closer to understanding the divine dance between existence and oblivion. He saw how the threads of lives intertwined, creating a tapestry rich with emotion and experience. The laughter, the sorrow, the triumphs, and the failures, all were part of the human journey. As dawn broke, casting light upon the still waters, Charon felt a sense of peace wash over him. He was but a simple ferryman, yet his role was monumental. He was a bearer of lessons, a guardian of secrets, and a witness to the eternal cycle of life and death. With each soul he guided, he prepared them for the next chapter, reminding them that every ending was simply a new beginning waiting to unfold. And so the journey continued, with Charon standing at the helm, ready to welcome the next soul into the fold of the unknown. The lessons of the past would echo through the present, a reminder that life, in all its complexities, was a precious gift. Beneath the shadowed arch of an ancient bridge, a figure stood, clad in a cloak as dark as the river itself. The ferryman, with his hollow eyes that seemed to hold the weight of ages, awaited the souls that were drawn to the murky waters, the boundary between life and the unknown. His presence whispered stories of despair, hope, and endless cycles of existence, echoing through the fabric of time. Each ripple in the water carried fragments of untold histories, and the ferryman was the keeper of those tales, a silent witness to the sorrow and joy that clung to humanity's every heartbeat. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue across the horizon, the ferryman's boat rocked gently against the current. The air was thick with tension, almost electric, as if nature itself sensed the gravity of the moments that were about to unfold. Shouts of laughter from distant shores echoed faintly, a stark contrast to the solemnity of this crossing. Each laugh was a reminder of the lives lived, of dreams chased, and heartbreaks endured. Yet here, on the water's edge, laughter felt like a distant memory, a fleeting shadow. From the depths of the shadows emerged a figure, a young woman with eyes wide like the moon. Her heart raced, thrumming against her ribs like a wild bird eager to escape. She stepped forward, hesitant yet compelled, as if an invisible thread pulled her towards the ferryman. "You bring the lost across?" she asked, her voice barely rising above the gentle lapping of the water against the boat. The ferryman's gaze pierced through her, a gaze that seemed to see not just her, but the layers of her existence, the laughter and the tears, the dreams unfulfilled, and the scars that stitched her heart. He nodded slowly, the weight of centuries resting on his shoulders. Each crossing was more than just a journey. It was a reckoning. He had borne witness to the souls who had crossed before her, each carrying their own burdens. "All who seek passage must face the truth of their journey," he replied, his voice low and resonant, like the echoes of forgotten songs. She hesitated, her mind racing with fear and longing. The tales of the ferryman stretched back to ancient times. Greek mythology spoke of Charon, the ferryman of Hades, tasked with guiding the souls of the dead across the river Styx. In those stories, there was no turning back. The weight of her own past loomed large, a tapestry woven with moments of joy and regret. As she stepped closer to the boat, a sudden chill swept through the air, wrapping around her like a shroud. Figures began to appear at the water's edge, faces contorted in sorrow and longing, each waiting for their turn to board. The ferryman's presence held them steady, a silent guardian in a world fraught with uncertainty. They were the echoes of history, each bearing tales that were both tragic and beautiful. A soldier from a forgotten war, a mother who lost her child, a lover left behind. Each soul held a piece of the collective human experience, fragments of stories that begged to be told. With a swift motion, the ferryman gestured for her to enter the boat. The moment she stepped aboard, a wave of emotion crashed over her. The boat felt alive, pulsating with the weight of countless lives it had carried. The river glimmered under the dim light, and she could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before her, urging her to remember, to not forget the lessons of the past. As the ferryman pushed off from the shore, the young woman felt the boat glide through the water, each stroke of the oar resonating within her. The world behind her faded, the laughter and the light dimming into a memory, replaced by the somber reality of her journey ahead. The river was both a sanctuary and a prison, a place where one could confront the ghosts of yesterday while yearning for the promise of tomorrow. "What if I am not ready?" she finally whispered, her voice trembling with vulnerability. The ferryman turned, the depths of his eyes reflecting a wisdom that transcended time. "Readiness is a myth. It is in the facing of our fears that we find true courage. Those who do not confront their past remain forever adrift, lost in the currents of their own making." The words hung heavy in the air, settling in the crevices of her mind. The fear that had gripped her heart began to loosen, replaced by a flicker of determination. She recalled the moments that led her here, the laughter, the heartbreak, the choices that had carved her path. Each moment was a brushstroke on the canvas of her existence, a reminder that she was more than her pain. In that fleeting moment of clarity, the ferryman's oars cut through the water, each plunk echoing with the weight of the stories that needed to be heard. She could see the faces of those who had crossed before her, their eyes filled with longing and understanding. Each was a reminder that no one journeyed alone. The threads of human experience intertwined, creating a fabric rich with sorrow and hope. As they moved further into the river's embrace, a storm began to brew on the horizon. Thunder rumbled like a warning bell, and the once calm waters churned with an unsettling energy. The ferryman's expression did not waver. He was simply a vessel of fate, guiding souls through the tempest of their own making. "Do you see the storm?" he asked, his voice steady against the rising winds. "It is a reflection of your own turmoil. Embrace it, for only by facing it can you find the calm that follows." With each passing moment, the young woman felt the tension within her rise to a crescendo, the storm outside mirroring the storm within. She closed her eyes, letting the chaos swirl around her, breathing in the fear and uncertainty until they transformed into something tangible. She could feel the weight of her choices, the struggles that had shaped her, and for the first time, she understood that she was not merely a passenger in her own life. She was the navigator. As the winds howled and the rain began to pour, she opened her eyes and faced the ferryman, her voice steady now, filled with purpose. "I am ready to face what lies ahead. I will not run from my past, but carry it with me as I forge my own path." The ferryman nodded, a ghost of a smile crossing his lips, as if he had seen this moment play out countless times before. With a swift stroke of his oar, he steered them into the heart of the storm, where chaos met clarity. This was not merely a crossing, it was a confrontation with the essence of existence, a battle between fear and acceptance, between darkness and light. The river roared beneath them, and the young woman felt a surge of power within her, a sense of belonging in the very fabric of life itself. As the storm raged on, the boat surged forward, carving its path through the tumultuous waters. The ferryman's eyes glimmered with the promise of stories yet to come, the ebb and flow of human experience that would never truly end. Each wave crashed against the boat like a heartbeat, relentless and raw as the journey continued, blending the past with the present, shaping the future in ways yet unseen. The air was thick with incense, curling tendrils of smoke, wrapping around shadows cast by flickering candlelight. In the center of the room stood an altar draped in black cloth, adorned with small offerings, coins, flowers, and delicate trinkets, each a whisper of hope and remembrance. It was here, at the crossroads between the living and the departed, that Charon, the ancient ferryman of the Underworld, was invoked in a ritual that transcended time. Participants dressed in flowing robes, their faces obscured by masks, moved with a solemn grace. Each step echoed the weight of history, tracing back to the very essence of human fear and reverence for death. Charon was not just a figure in mythology. He was a bridge, a connection to the souls lost in the depths of eternity. His story wove through the hearts of those gathered, binding them with a shared understanding of life's fragility. In ancient Greece, Charon was depicted as a grim but necessary guide, navigating the waters of the river Styx. For centuries, the dead were believed to require an obol, a small coin, for passage, a payment that ensured they would not wander aimlessly in the void. In contemporary rituals, this symbol of transition still held power. A woman, her hands trembling slightly, placed a small euro coin upon the altar, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It was a tribute to her late grandmother, a poignant reminder that love does not vanish with death, it transforms. The air buzzed with energy as the group began to chant, a haunting melody that reverberated through the very bones of the earth. Voices rose and fell, a wave of sound that felt ancient yet achingly fresh. Some participants closed their eyes, surrendering to the rhythm, while others clutched talismans, artifacts steeped in personal stories. Each item was a vessel for memories, a thread in the tapestry of their lives, interwoven with moments of laughter and sorrow. As the chant grew louder, the atmosphere shifted. Flickering candles cast elongated shadows that danced along the walls, creating ghostly figures that seemed to breathe with the participants. The feeling of being watched washed over them, an exhilarating mixture of fear and awe. It was as if Charon himself lingered just beyond the veil, an unseen presence guiding them deeper into their own souls. In a small corner, a young man cradled a photo of his brother, who had passed unexpectedly. With each repetition of the chant, he felt a tug at his heart, a pull towards an understanding that had eluded him since that day. The coin on the altar wasn't merely metal, it was a lifeline, a connection to the love they once shared. The ritual became a catharsis, a way to confront the silence that followed death, to break down the walls of grief that had kept him isolated. Suddenly the candles flickered more violently, as if stirred by a restless breeze. A low rumble echoed, resonating within the chests of those gathered. The intensity of the moment grew, a palpable tension building, and the participants felt the weight of Charon's journey upon their shoulders. In that split second, they were not just invoking the ferryman, they were acknowledging their own mortality, their own fears, and the inevitability of loss. A woman began to weep softly, her sobs intermingling with the chant. She was not alone. Her grief spilled over, touching everyone in the circle. They reached out, hands intertwining, forming a living chain of support. Each pulse of energy shared among them was a tribute to those they had lost. And in that moment, Charon became a figure of solace rather than dread. The darkness that had loomed now felt like a protective embrace, a reminder that while death was a journey, it was one they could navigate together. The chant reached a crescendo, voices intertwining into a tapestry of sound that echoed off the walls. The very air vibrated with emotion, each note a promise to the departed. As the last word fell from their lips, a profound silence enveloped the room, and the candle flames steadied, casting a warm glow over the altar. They stood in a collective breath, suspended in time, caught between this world and the next. In that stillness, one member of the group, an elderly man with a face lined by years of wisdom and loss, stepped forward. He raised his arms toward the altar, fingertips grazing the air as if reaching for something beyond the physical realm. There was a glimmer in his eyes, a flicker of understanding that transcended mere belief. He began to speak, his voice trembling yet steady, weaving stories of his ancestors who had once crossed the river Styx, tales laden with lessons of love, sacrifice, and the enduring human spirit. The group listened intently, captivated by the connection that unfurled before them. A bridge between the past and the present, the living and the dead. Each story painted vivid images in their minds, and they felt as if they too had walked alongside these spirits, experiencing their struggles and triumphs. The narrative of Charon became theirs, a shared legacy that pulsed with the life force of every person who had ever faced the depths of despair and emerged on the other side transformed. As the ritual neared its conclusion, an unspoken understanding flowed among the participants. They were no longer merely individuals seeking solace. They were a collective, a community bound by the threads of shared experiences and emotions. Charon, once a distant figure of myth, had become a powerful symbol of connection, guiding them not only through the darkness of loss, but toward the light of healing. The room began to dim, shadows creeping in as the candles flickered one last time before settling into a gentle glow. Slowly, they knew they would have to return to their separate lives. But in that moment, they also understood that this ritual, this invocation of Charon, would linger with them. Those who had passed were not truly gone. Their spirits danced among them, woven into every heartbeat, every breath. The circle remained unbroken, and as they exchanged glances filled with understanding, a thought rose within the stillness. Death may be a journey, but it is one filled with love that never truly departs. And as they turned away from the altar, stepping back into the world, the waiting shadows whispered promises of connection, urging them to carry forth the lessons learned into the light of a new dawn and beyond. The river flowed like liquid night, dark and silent, whispering secrets of those who had crossed. On its banks stood Charon, the ancient ferryman of the dead, his presence a chilling reminder of life's inevitable end. He was no mere guide, but a gatekeeper to the unknown, the one who ushered souls across the Styx, the river that separated the world of the living from the shadowy embrace of the afterlife. As he held his oar, the weight of his duty pressed upon him like the heavy fog that clung to the water's surface, shrouding the horizon in mystery. His eyes, hollow and haunting, reflected the countless souls he had ferried, each one a story, a life filled with laughter and tears, now reduced to a whisper in the wind. The very air felt charged with the weight of unfulfilled dreams and unsaid goodbyes. The souls shuffled before him, some pleading for passage, others resigned to their fate. It was in this realm that Charon wielded his power, deciding who would cross and who would be left behind to wander the shores of despair. In the world of the living, tales of Charon began to grow, each new retelling, layering his legend with awe and dread. Ancient Greeks, with their vibrant imagination, and profound respect for the unseen, crafted stories that painted him as both a villain and a savior. To face Charon was to confront the reality of mortality, a truth that sent shivers down the spine of even the bravest warrior. Yet he was more than just a figure of fear. He was a symbol of transition, the thin veil between existence and oblivion. As rituals to honor the dead proliferated, offerings were made to Charon, a coin placed upon the lips of the deceased, a small token to ensure safe passage. This belief was more than superstition. It was an acknowledgement of the journey each soul must undertake. The Greeks understood that the moment of death was both an ending and a beginning, a transition that Charon facilitated with solemn grace. The river, alive with stories, became a sacred passage, a conduit of life's continuity. Some souls arrived at the river, heavy with regret, their hearts shackled by the chains of their past. They would look to Charon with wide, pleading eyes, hoping for a chance to mend what was broken. But he remained stoic, his duty unwavering. In his silence, he taught a powerful lesson, that life must be lived fully, as the cost of passage was steep. Those who had squandered their time were often forced to linger on the banks, trapped between worlds, haunted by what could have been. However, not every tale surrounding Charon was one of sorrow. In the shadows, there were whispers of heroes who had ventured into the underworld, their resolve strengthened by the knowledge that Charon would be there to receive them. Such stories spoke of courage against insurmountable odds, of love that knew no bounds. When Orpheus descended to reclaim his beloved Eurydice, he crossed paths with Charon, who acknowledged the musician's bravery with a nod, a glimmer of respect shining through his otherwise indifferent facade. But what lay beneath the surface of Charon's existence was a complex web of emotions. He was burdened by the weight of his role, a guardian of the human soul. The cries of the lost echoed in his mind long after the souls had crossed, leaving a mark upon his spirit. He witnessed the fragility of life daily, a constantly repeating cycle that both fascinated and tormented him. In many ways, he too was a victim of the afterlife he presided over, an eternal sentinel bound to the shores of the Styx, unable to escape the very fate he guided others through. As the lost souls continued to gather, Charon's demeanor began to shift. He recognized familiar faces, some of whom had once been great leaders, others mere shadows of their former selves. Each one brought a flood of memories, stories of triumph and tragedy. The weight of their lives bore down on him, a heavy cloak he could not shed. It was in these moments of reflection that he felt an echo of longing, a desire to understand the journey of the living. What dreams had they chased? What regrets had they carried? The river swelled with their stories, each splash against the boat a reminder of life's fleeting nature. The moments of joy, betrayal, love and loss intertwined in a beautiful tapestry, weaving a narrative that Charon alone could see. It was this knowledge that shaped the way he saw the afterlife. He did not merely ferry souls, he bore witness to their truths, an unspoken promise that their stories would not be forgotten in the dark. Yet, with every soul that crossed his path, Charon felt the clock ticking louder, echoing the urgency of existence. The tales of the living, filled with laughter and sorrow, ignited a fire within him, a flicker of hope that perhaps one day he too could break the chains of his eternal duty. In the depths of his being, he dreamed of the day when he could step away from the river, free from the burdens of the past, and step into the light of a new dawn. As night fell and the stars flickered above, Charon took a deep breath, ready to receive the next soul. The darkness remained, thick with the weight of countless stories. And yet, a new understanding began to blossom within him. In the shadows of his duty, he learned that every end was merely a chapter, a transition that shaped the very essence of existence. Each soul that came before him was a reminder that life was a fragile gift, one worth living fully, even in the face of deep uncertainty. And so, as he steered his boat across the inky waters, a sense of resolve filled the air, mingling with the whispers of those who had crossed before. The river surged forward, its course unchanging, carrying Charon ever onward, a singular figure at the confluence of life and death. For in this moment he wasn't just a ferryman, he was a keeper of legacies, a silent witness to the infinite tapestry of the human spirit. The river called to him, urging him to continue, and he knew that the stories would never truly end. They would only evolve, morphing into new tales, new journeys, and new truths, beckoning him forward into an endless night of possibility. The air was thick with an unsettling stillness, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for a fateful moment. Shadows danced under the pale light of the moon, casting ghostly figures against the ancient stones that lined the banks of the river Styx. In the distance, a solemn figure emerged, shrouded in a cloak as dark as night itself. His name was Charon, the ferryman of the dead, tasked with transporting souls across the chilling waters that separated the world of the living from the beyond. As Charon approached the river, the sound of the water lapping against the shore whispered secrets of the lost souls who had long ago made their final journey. Each ripple echoed with the voices of the departed, haunting melodies that tugged at the heartstrings of anyone who dared to listen. The chilling wind carried with it the faint scent of decay, a reminder that death was not merely an end, but an inevitable part of life's cycle. Charon's eyes, deep-set and unyielding, reflected the weight of countless souls he had guided. With every crossing, he had witnessed the lives of the departed, the laughter of children, the cries of the grieving, the weight of unfulfilled dreams. He was both a guide and a guardian, standing at the intersection of existence and oblivion. His presence was a paradox, at once chilling and comforting, like a lullaby sung by a ghost. On this particular night, a young woman approached the river with hesitation in her step. Her name was Callista, a name that meant most beautiful. But beauty fades when faced with immortality. She carried with her the weight of a life unfulfilled, dreams deferred, and a heart heavy with sorrow. Charon watched her, sensing the tempest of emotions swirling within her. Was she ready to cross, or did she still cling to the fragile threads of her life? "Is this where we part?" she whispered, her voice trembling like the flicker of a candle in a storm. Charon remained silent, his gaze unblinking. The question hung in the air, thick like fog, laden with the unspoken fears of all who stood on the precipice of death. In that moment, the night seemed to erupt with memories of those who had come before her. There was the old soldier, eyes filled with regret for battles unworthy of his valor. The mother, clutching her child, both ripped from the world too soon. The lovers who had crossed the river together, their hands intertwined even in death, still searching for warmth in the chilling waters. Each soul had a story, a fragment of a life that had flickered like a candle before being snuffed out by fate. "What awaits me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Charon remained stoic, but his heart, if he had one, ached for her. He understood the desperate need for answers, for reassurance, but answers were not his to give. He only offered passage. As Callista stepped closer to the edge, she felt the cold breeze wrap around her like a shroud. She could almost hear the voices of those who had passed, calling her name, beckoning her to join them. The allure was intoxicating, promising peace from the struggles of the living. Yet doubt gnawed at her, a fierce beast, whispering of unfinished stories and dreams left behind. "I can't," she suddenly cried, staggering back from the river's edge, the weight of her decision crashing down like a tidal wave. Charon turned slightly, the fabric of his cloak swirling with the movement, black as the void. He understood her fear, the paralyzing grip of uncertainty. It was a dance many engaged in, teetering on the brink of life and death, uncertain of which side to embrace. In that moment, the river began to stir. The waters roiled as if aware of her turmoil, reflecting the chaos within her. Charon stood as a sentinel, ready to guide her if she chose to step forward. But now was a time of reflection, an emotional tug-of-war between living and letting go. Memories surged within Callista, each one a vivid thread in the tapestry of her life. She remembered her mother's laughter ringing through their small home, the way the sun would catch the autumn leaves, turning the mundane into gold. She recalled the ache of first love, the raw excitement of a first kiss, and the pain of loss that followed when it ended. These moments, both beautiful and sorrowful, were the essence of her being, the very fabric of her soul. Yet, she stood at the edge, a living reminder of the frailty of existence. Charon's presence loomed over her like a shadow, a constant reminder of the path that lay ahead. Would she choose to cross the Styx, entering the realm of the unknown, or turn back and embrace the chaos of life? The choice was hers alone, a monumental decision that would echo through eternity. As the moonlight bathed the riverbank in ethereal glow, a soft murmur rose from the water. It was the chorus of souls, rising and falling like a haunting lullaby. Charon, a mere observer, Yet an eternal participant in this cosmic dance felt the weight of their stories, the intertwining of lives lost and lives lived. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as Callista wrestled with her decision. The boundary between life and death blurred, and for a fleeting moment she felt the powerful pull of both worlds. The river shimmered invitingly, while the land behind her pulsed with the heartbeat of those still living. Each side beckoned with desperate allure, promising either peace or pain, hope or despair. Charon remained an unwavering figure, a reminder that all paths eventually converge at this singular point. His role was not to sway her, but to honor her choice, whether it led her into the unknown or back to the tumult of life. The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes involved. In the stillness, a decision loomed heavy in the air, a choice that would resonate far beyond this night. And as Callista looked into the depths of the Styx, her heart pounded with the knowledge that the answer to her question lay not in the hands of Charon but within herself. The intersection of life and death awaited, and with it, the choice that would define her existence, whether she stepped forward or retreated into the shadows of her past. A flickering lantern cast shadows on the weathered walls of an ancient temple, where whispers of the past danced through the air like forgotten memories. The scent of damp earth and incense filled the space, drawing in anyone who dared to linger. Outside, the wind howled, echoing the tales of generations, stories woven into the very fabric of existence. Here lay the legacy of Charon, the ferryman of the Underworld, a figure steeped in myth and mystery. His story was not just an echo of the past, but a thread that connected every soul who ever contemplated the afterlife. Charon, with his skeletal frame and piercing gaze, was more than a mere ferryman. He was the restless guardian of boundaries, the keeper of souls who passed into the unknown. His boat, a simple skiff, glided silently across the muddy waters of the Styx, a river cloaked in darkness and despair. For those who had lived, the crossing was a rite of passage, a moment that drew tears and fears alike. They would clutch the coins placed beneath their tongues, a payment for their passage. Without those coins, their souls would wander, lost in a limbo of shadows. Across various cultures, the image of the ferryman persisted, a symbolic figure personifying the threshold between life and death. In ancient Egypt, the deceased spoke to Anubis, the jackal-headed god, who would guide them to the Hall of Judgment. Here, their hearts were weighed against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth. The concept mirrored the journey with Charon, emphasizing the essential nature of guidance in the face of the inevitable. As the centuries turned, the legacy of Charon evolved, yet remained steadfast. The Romans revered him, depicting him in art and literature, showcasing both fear and reverence. His image graced mosaics and sculptures, a reminder that life's journey was transient, with death lurking just beyond the horizon. The more the world changed, the more this figure stood as a constant, a reminder of mortality that resonated through time. The tales of Charon reached beyond Greece and Rome, finding homes in various mythologies. In the rich tapestry of Hindu belief, Yama, the god of death, took on a similar role, guiding souls to their next existence. His chariot pulled by black buffaloes cut across the night, a stark contrast to the serene waters of the Styx. Yet the essence remained the same, a guide through the unknown, a shepherd of souls, a figure who could both comfort and terrify. In the dark corners of folklore, Charon's essence transformed into the Grim Reaper, a familiar figure cloaked in black, holding a scythe to harvest souls. The chilling image sent shivers down the spine, a reminder that no matter how we tried to evade it, death was a reality we all must face. But what lay beyond that fear? What awaited on the other side? The questions lingered, hanging in the air like the thick fog that enveloped the journey from life to death. The stories were not just about fear, they were about connection. The ties that bind the living to the dead. Families gathered to share memories, lighting candles in honor of those who had crossed. In Mexico, the Day of the Dead became a vibrant celebration, where pictures of loved ones adorned altars and laughter mingled with tears. The ferryman's legacy echoed here too, reminding the living of their loved one's next journey, a bond that transcended the grave. As the moon hung high in the night sky, casting its silver glow over the land, a haunting tale found its way to a small village nestled between craggy mountains. Villagers spoke of a mysterious ferryman who appeared only on stormy nights, guiding lost souls across a dark, swirling river. Many claim to have seen him, his boat cutting through the churning waters, an apparition cloaked in mist. Fear gripped hearts, but curiosity pulled them towards the river's edge, yearning to understand what lay beyond the veil. On one thunderous night, a young woman named Ilara stood at the riverbank, torn between dread and longing. Her brother had vanished months before, swallowed by the shadows of the forest. She had heard whispers that he had crossed the river, guided by the enigmatic ferryman. With each crash of thunder, her heart raced, propelled by a mixture of hope and despair. She called out into the darkness, her voice trembling, "Bring him back to me." The waters roiled as if responding to her plea, and there, emerging from the fog, was the figure of the ferryman, his hollow eyes locked onto hers. And despite the fear he instilled, she felt an unexplainable pull towards him. He extended a skeletal hand, beckoning her to step closer, to confront the truth that lay ahead. Ilara's breath caught in her throat. She wanted to turn away, to flee from the unknown, but the weight of her brother's absence anchored her to the spot. The ferryman embodied both terror and solace, a paradox of life's greatest mystery. Would she dare to cross? What awaited her on the other side? And would it bring her the closure she so desperately sought? As the storm rumbled in the distance, a low whistle echoed through the trees, the ferryman's signal, a call to those who wished to traverse the divide. In that moment, Ilara understood. This was not just about her brother, but about all who had loved and lost, all who had ever stood at the edge of the unknown, yearning for connection. She felt the pulse of history in the air, the weight of countless souls who had crossed before her, each with their own stories etched into the fabric of time. The river surged with energy, and the ferryman stood patient, a sentinel of fate. The journey was not just his, it belonged to every soul that dared to dream, to hope, and to remember. As Ilara took a step forward, the air thickened with the echoes of past lives, urging her onward into the embrace of the unseen. In that moment, the legacy of the ferryman surged anew, intertwining with her own story, a seamless thread in the vast tapestry of existence, forever spinning, forever connecting. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow that mingled with the shadows, whispers of the past echoed in a world that constantly craved meaning. Charon, the enigmatic figure from ancient mythology, stood at the edge of a river that separated the living from the dead, the known from the unknown. His presence lingered in the air, a reminder of humanity's age-old struggle with mortality and the great beyond. The weight of his oar and the starkness of his gaze reflected the burden of transporting souls, a task steeped in significance. In modern discourse, Charon's relevance flickers like a solitary flame, guiding thoughts on existence, loss, and the eternal unknown. Histories intertwine, revealing that Charon's essence has gracefully danced through centuries. From the realms of ancient Greece to the modern psyche, he was not just a ferryman, he became a symbol of transition, embodying the fear and intrigue that surrounds death. His mythos served as a vessel for humanity's deepest anxieties, raising questions about what lies beyond the final breath. In a world where science and faith often clash, Charon's tale remains a thread that stitches together the fabric of our collective consciousness, a poignant reminder that the voyage is as important as the destination. In the bustling streets of contemporary life, where distractions abound and the noise of existence drowns out reflection, Charon's influence seeps into conversations about grief and loss. When a loved one departs, the heart aches and the soul seeks solace in the stories of those who've crossed the threshold before. Charon stands as a figure to be reckoned with, guiding the bereaved through their sorrow, helping them navigate their own emotional river. In society's darkest corners, where death looms large, Charon's presence offers a flicker of hope, a promise that the journey continues, even when the body ceases to function. Cultural interpretations of Charon whisper through our artistic expressions, from literature to film, igniting discussions around mortality. The haunting melodies of classical pieces echo the weight of his awe. As each note draws listeners into a contemplative state. Movies that portray the afterlife often reference him, painting vivid images of what waits beyond the veil. These artistic mediums breathe life into an ancient figure, reminding us that the questions surrounding death are timeless, and they resonate within us all. Charon's role evolves as modern philosophy wrestles with existential inquiries. What does it mean to live fully knowing that death is an undeniable truth? In classrooms and cafes, debates ignite and spark, fueled by Charon's enduring legacy. Scholars and thinkers sift through layers of meaning, propelling discussions that challenge societal norms around death. Charon becomes a catalyst for change, urging people to confront their fears, to embrace the end as a natural part of the journey. In this discourse, he transforms from a mere mythological figure into an emblem of courage, inviting individuals to explore their mortality rather than shy away from it. The resonance of Charon's myth also finds its voice in the language of the digital age. Online forums buzz with dialogues about grief and the afterlife, where virtual communities gather to share experiences and insights. The ancient ferryman's legacy transcends time and technology, bridging gaps between generations. Hashtags emerge, encapsulating the essence of mortality and remembrance, making Charon a symbol not just of personal loss, but of collective healing. In this digital landscape, stories of loved ones lost intertwine with Charon's narrative, creating an unbreakable bond that spans across the vast expanse of the human experience. In literature, authors plunge into the depths of Charon's world, weaving tales that challenge readers to confront their mortality. Characters journey through life and death, often encountering Charon at pivotal moments where the weight of their choices is laid bare. The pages come alive with rich imagery and emotional tension, inviting readers to reflect on their own lives. With every turn of the page, the line between fantasy and reality blurs, and Charon stands as a haunting reminder of the choices we make and the paths we take. As the world around us shifts and changes, Charon's story contemplates the very nature of existence. In an age marked by rapid advancements, where technology offers glimpses into the future, the timeless questions he embodies remain relevant. What does it mean to connect deeply with others when we know that time is fleeting? In this hustle and bustle, the ancient ferryman serves as a grounding force, reminding humanity to seek connection, to love fiercely, and to acknowledge the transient nature of life. With every passing generation, Charon finds new relevance, adapting to the evolving landscape of human thought and emotion. As people grapple with identity, purpose, and the weight of their legacies, the dialogue surrounding him swells, igniting a passion for understanding and acceptance. His myth dances through the tapestry of culture, illuminating pathways for healing and connection. The discussions inspired by his narrative echo in coffee shops, classrooms, and online spaces, creating ripples that spread across the fabric of society. Amidst the chaos of daily life, Charon's wisdom beckons, urging individuals to pause, reflect, and appreciate the beauty in the fragile moments. As the sun sets and shadows stretch, the ferryman stands vigil, awaiting those who dare to seek answers. His presence lingers in the air, as the questions he raises about love, loss, and the unknown continue to resonate within the hearts of all who ponder the mysteries of existence. The future of Charon is not merely a relic of the past, but a living dialogue that shapes the very essence of humanity, weaving together the threads of hope, fear, and understanding into a tapestry that is eternally relevant. And, as the final breath approaches, the sound of oars gently breaking the surface of the water becomes a call not just to death, but to the profound journey of life in all its tumultuous glory. In the still of the twilight, as shadows danced across the shores of the river Styx, a figure cloaked in darkness stood waiting, his boat swaying gently on the water's surface. Charon, the eternal ferryman, was a sight both haunting and compelling. His eyes, deep set like the abyss, reflected the flickering flames of forgotten souls. Each day, countless spirits approached him, their faces etched with sorrow, fear, and sometimes a flicker of hope. They knew that Charon was their only passage to the afterlife, a truth as cold as the waters he navigated. As dusk settled, the air thickened with the weight of unspoken stories. The whispers of the dead intertwined with the rustling leaves, creating a haunting melody that filled the air. Charon's boat was not merely a vessel, it was a bridge between worlds. Time had no power over him. He was ancient, a relic of a bygone era, yet he bore the same somber duty day after day. Each soul who approached was unique, yet they all shared a common fate. He extended a bony hand, and one by one, they stepped into his boat, crossing from life to death with a mix of dread and acceptance. There was a time when Charon himself had been a living man, perhaps a fisherman or a merchant, lost to the passage of time like many others. His transformation into the ferryman of the underworld was a tale whispered among the living, a reminder of the fine line between life and death. Legend spoke of his ferrying skills, how he could navigate the treacherous waters, even when shrouded in the thickest fog. Despite the fear that surrounded him, some souls sought to engage him in conversation, sharing their last wishes or regrets, yearning for a connection in their final moments. They spoke of love left behind, dreams unrealized, and families who would mourn their absence. Charon listened, his expression unreadable, but the weight of these confessions hung heavily in the air. One evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of dusk, a young woman approached the riverbank, her heart racing with uncertainty. She clutched a tattered letter to her chest, the ink smeared by tears. She had lived a life filled with laughter and joy, but now stood at the brink of despair, her time cut short by a tragic twist of fate. As she stepped into the boat, her eyes met Charon's, and for a fleeting moment she felt an inexplicable connection, a shared understanding of loss. The boat lurched forward, gliding silently across the dark waters. The girl's heart pounded as she sensed the weight of countless souls surrounding her, their stories whispered on the wind. "Will you take me to the other side?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Charon, ever the stoic figure, nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the shadows deepened. He had witnessed countless souls cross over, each carrying their own burdens, but hers was different. There was a flicker of recognition in his eyes, a glimpse of the humanity he once held. As they traveled, the girl spoke of her life, her laughter, and her dreams. Charon listened, the rhythmic sound of the oars cutting through the silence like a heartbeat, connecting them in an unspoken bond. Yet, the journey was not without its trials. From the depths of the water, the spirits of the damned rose, their cries echoing through the night. Tormented faces reached up towards the boat, fingers outstretched, pleading for a second chance. They were the souls Charon could not save, the ones who had turned away from the light and were now destined to wander the dark banks forever. The girl shivered, drawing her cloak tighter around her shoulders as Charon remained impassive, his mind set on the course ahead. This was his existence, a constant cycle of ferrying souls, each with their own stories, joys, and regrets. As the boat glided further, he could sense the girl's fear and uncertainty. "Is there no way to return?" she asked, her voice trembling. Charon met her gaze, his own eyes reflecting 1,000 lost souls. "No," he replied, his voice low and steady. "Life is a river, and you cannot swim upstream." As the river widened, a faint glow appeared on the horizon, the first hints of the afterlife. The girl's heart raced as they neared the shores of Elysium, a place of peace and beauty, where the souls found solace. Yet, with that beauty came the ache of finality. She realized this was truly the end of her earthly existence. Her fingers tightened around the letter, a lifeline to her past. In that moment, Charon's attention shifted. He sensed the girl's struggle, her desire to cling to life, even as she crossed into the unknown. The weight of her sorrow tugged at him, a reminder of his own lost humanity. The symphony of the waters seemed to quiet, an ethereal hush enveloping them both. Charon felt a flicker of empathy, an emotion long buried beneath the layers of duty and despair. He could almost see the vibrant life she once lived, the laughter she shared with friends, and the dreams that now lay shattered. As they approached the shores, the air shimmered with anticipation. The girl looked back one last time, a final glance at the life she was leaving behind. Charon felt a stirring within himself, an echo of the man he once was. The boat slowed, the gentle lapping of the water betraying the tension in the air. A choice loomed ahead, more than just a passage from life to death. Then, as if summoned by the weight of their shared moment, the figures of the damned surged once more, their cries piercing through the serene surface. Charon's hands tightened around the oars, his instincts sharpened. He had always been the steadfast guide between these worlds, but in this instant, he felt the crushing burden of his own existence. The girl, trembling in the boat, met his gaze, her eyes pleading. In that fleeting moment, with the darkness swirling around them, a spark ignited within him, the possibility of understanding, of compassion, and of the choices that lingered just beyond the horizon. As the boat drifted closer to the shore, the weight of the moment pressed down on them both, uniting their fates in a way that neither could have anticipated. With the cries of the damned echoing in the distance, they were not just crossing the river. They were stepping into the unknown, where echoes of the past mingled with the promise of what lay ahead.